A very warm welcome, everybody, to Hangar 61 here in Bristol. And after a super Saturday at the darts, we're back for an even super Sunday. Events 15 and 16 on the Advanced Tour and event number 8 on the Girls Tour, where we'll have their final towards the back end of event number 16. Macy Gibbons once again victorious yesterday. Our first match of this Sunday sees tabletop and Mitchell Lorry, the player on everyone's lips right now, not just in terms of the JDC, but in the world. He plays on against a young talent from my neck of the woods. Alfie Knox from Northumberland. It's a slow rise to stardom for Alfie, but as with most players, it doesn't happen straight away. And for people who know Mitchell, it hasn't been an immediate rise. He's had to graft through the various tours of the JDC rankings. That's the beauty of it, isn't it? The progression through the Foundation Tour where he won. He'd be going to qualifying school and he'd be one of the hot favourites to get the golden ticket to be on the table of the 128 on the PDC Pro Tour. A lot of darts to be thrown between now and then, and we're underway here in Bristol. The round of 64, of course. It's been a brilliant addition, the extra 32 players. As I move from Coventry to Hangar 61, the new home of darts, the future of darts. What a venue. What a stage for our players to flex our muscles. Or their muscles, shall we say. It's been a while since I've been at the gym to flex those muscles. We'll keep you up to speed what's going on around the boards. Not just in the first round, but the movers and shakers in the league table. We've got 6 events left before the conclusion. This is Scotland versus England. Alfie, again, it's been a steady rise. It took a while for him to, as he was honest with his in discussion, to find his feet on the Advanced Tour, putting a little bit excess pressure on himself. And I kept reiterating as Mitchell Lorry takes the opening leg. Handy 17 dart hold that was. Yeah, just having that ability to relax. And he seems to be doing that very well now. A couple of wins yesterday, which I'll touch on shortly. As Mitchell Lorry goes 180 hunting. After a 17 dart hold, just what you want. A maximum to get underway to put the pressure on the ox. And the big question is, how long will Alfie keep that nickname, the ox? Because his 5-year-old brother is not just planting the seed, but he wants that nickname off him. Will age pull rank, or will the youngster get his wish eventually? But this is majestic stuff from the JDC World Champion, the JDC number 1, the JPL table topper, the WDF Senior number 1 in the world. I could talk about Mitchell Lorry's exploits before we would get to the end of the best of 7. What a year it's been for Mitchell Lorry from the conclusion of his semi-final defeat in the Junior Power League, where he edged out by Turgle. For a level game, he wants the bull, does Alfie. Mile away on the bullseye, but keeping Mitchell honest here. 30 darts to wrap up 2 legs. Mitchell Lorry doubles his advantage. He has the throw in leg number 3. And as we talk about putting too much pressure on himself, I don't think Alfie will put pressure on himself in this game. I think it's definitely a free roll, isn't it? There's nothing to lose. But a blistering 180 backs up by the two treble visit and averaging 110.17. And it was in the first round yesterday where Mitchell Lawrie averaged 109. He's looking to eclipse that here on the live stream. And we mentioned yesterday, didn't go Mitchell's way in terms of adding to his 6 titles out of 12 coming into this weekend. But the final that he played against 10 dart leg for Mitchell Lawrie. Take a bow, young man. It was also great to have Mitchell Lawrie into the commentary box, even though it wasn't alongside myself. I took a quick match break because he came in to watch fella Scott Owen Bryceland's match and had a chat with Chris Mason on Friday night. Of course, all these games can be watched back on the YouTube and Facebook channels. Cracking night of darts it was. Week 4 of the Junior Power League. 8 matches, 5 for the boys and 3 for the girls. And this is absolutely blistering stuff for Mitchell Lawrie. Yeah, the game that Mitchell came into the commentary box, and I know he's touched on the commentary before, and he's an absolute natural in front of the camera when he's getting interviewed. What a great personality young Mitchell's got. Chris Mason had him under the microscope with a few questions. And it was the match where Owen Bryceland beat Archie Self 5-0, so it was a quick turnaround for me. I'm sure Mitchell will be back at some stage to sit alongside Chris Mason or myself. Fuming with the 85. The standard and the expectations of Wee Sox. But how can the Ox respond? I'm a poet and I didn't know it. And that was to wrap things up with a 15 dart leg, and the 110 average is under threat. Rubbish, Mitchell, rubbish. Only joking, of course. And Alfie's averaging round about the 68 mark for the season. As a 16 dart break of throw, over and done with in our opening match. Mitchell Lawrie secures the win with 107.36 average. Alfie Knox will be back for the final event before we head off to the airport. But it's Mitchell Lawrie who advances. He's going to be hard to stop on this evidence, isn't he? Stay with us, folks. We've got another round of 64 match that's coming right up. Welcome back to the action, folks. The handshakes, the formalities are over. Middle of the board to see who goes first. Best of 7, as we say, all the way through the semi-final, where it goes up to a best of 9, and the final is PDC Pro 2 format of a best of 11. Northern Ireland's finest right now, Christian Ennis, our Junior Power League qualifier, takes on one of the host of Belgians that are very welcome on the tour this year, in Vince Kennis. And Vince Kennis, a bit like Alfie Knox's, it's been a slow burner for him, hasn't it? But it'd be nice to see him on this live stream board and see how he fares against one of the JDC elite players. Again, nothing to lose and everything to play for. Christian Ennis has won the bullseye. And we're into the heart, the meat and drink of leg number 1. Brilliant switcheroonie to the 19s for Kennis. But it's Ennis. God, my poetry is still continuing. Yeah, he's a formidable opponent, isn't he? It takes a real performance to beat him. I would say, even though he's 11th on the order of merit table, he's 10th, I do apologise. He's got Turgle 11th, and he's got Archie Self in 9th. So that shows the standard and the competitiveness of the Advanced Tour this year when you've got the 3 players mentioned there sat 9th, 10th and 11th. Certainly not through underachieving. Time on his side as the Northern Irishman for a 7-visit leg win. He wants double threes, chasing around the board. Brilliant adjustment on the double 3. The opening leg goes the way of Ennis. Kennis throws first in leg number 2. Yeah, as we say, Christian Ennis a running average of 80 for the tournament. When you when you look at it, and it's 14 tournaments played, and to sat 10th, he's played a lot of matches throughout them 14 events, and to still be averaging 80 is phenomenal, isn't it? For Kennis, he's down at 56, and he's bottom currently of the 64 players. But again, just to be in the 64 is a massive achievement in itself, and I'm sure he's going to take all the experience that he's got from playing the 20 events this year. And when I was talking to Lex Passhauser earlier on in the campaign and asked him to mark me card on a few of the Belgians, it was Vince Kennis who was one of the players who he highlighted as one of the biggest talents coming out of Belgium. And when they did the qualifying for an international tournament, it might have been Gibraltar actually, Kennis actually finished second in qualifying for that. So the youngsters clearly got a lot of talent. As evidenced by that 133. But what a response from Ennis. 68 after 15 darts. Good grouping and very unlucky with the score, and might utilise the bull here. Oh, it was actually in the treble. Hanging on in there, so 53 required. He'll be pleased that 13 is well away from the treble 5. Brilliant take on the double top. He's looked very polishing on his finishing, as he has done throughout the Advanced Tour and the Junior Power League campaign. I did say I was going to update you on the scores as they go in, the results, but Mitchell Lowry got the job done that quick that it was the only result in for a long time. Reggie Woodmore, a 4-1 win over Kyle Gilden. That's a A marquee result. Brilliant result for Reggie there. 74 average in that victory. Not been Kyle's weekend, has it? After qualifying for the UK Open, he'd be one of the lead fancy runners for every event that's played. But he's got one more event of the weekend, and of course the last weekend, which I believe is the 12th of June for the Junior Power League. So an educated guess will be the 13th and 14th of June for the Advanced Tour. I can't wait already. Yeah, no player has been thrashed again, looking at me Darts Connect. A 4-0 whitewash. Lewis Cook, not just satisfied with 2 finals. He's experienced a bye in the first round. Now, congratulations to Lewis. 2 brilliant runs to the final. He's one of the, as we say, JDC hot prospects, but will a 1-5-2 go here? No, it won't, but it's going to be handily set up, you've got a feeling. Two blockers and utilise the bullseye to great effect. It hasn't needed to be electric, has it? But Christian Ennis has been very business-like the way he's gone about his work. To move one away once tops again. Well, this will raise the Hangar 61 roof if it goes. Not to be for the Belgian. Ennis will be back to treble his advantage. He wants double 10. Brilliant with the third dart. He does treble his advantage. He's one away from back-to-back whitewashes. Can he mirror Mitchell Laurie's performance? Not so much in the averages, but again, averages don't win trophies, do they? We talk about Mitchell Laurie. Congratulations with 6 wins so far on the tour. He's well clear on the Advanced Tour. But so was Ryan Brandley last year. And look at how Turgle Kullerelk, who pounced late. Will we see late drama on the Advanced Tour this year? And then, of course, we've got permutations of the England top 4 places. Speaking to Jamie Cooper, and he's going to write us the list down of the players who are going to be moving off the tour due to their age. I think if you're 17 after January the 1st, you've got to move on to the development tour and or whatever you decide to challenge to or whatever else you're going to still obviously do that while you're playing the JDC. Lewis Cook is doing that right now. Archie Self is doing that. But after January the 1st, I believe, is the cut-off point. So Jamie's going to get that to us, if not today, but certainly by the early stages of our final weekend. And that'll bring into the equation not just the top 32, but the players who were still going to be in the hunt around about the 40-45 mark coming into the last weekend. Possibly even further down, because one good run could be the difference. And we know that all of our players are capable of doing that. Absolutely outstanding from top to bottom. Can't speak highly enough of our youngsters on the Advanced Tour and the girls series as well. Yeah, Archie Self has edged out Lennon Wharf, one of the top prospects from Norfolk. We saw Lennon on our live stream yesterday. Thanks to Gary, who borrowed his darts last night for the competition. The money in, money out competition. Unable to travel with me darts from Newcastle to Bristol. So I have to use someone else's darts as an excuse why I go out in the first round. Double top slams and 19 darter to break the throw. A 4-0 whitewash over Vince Kenneth. Christina Ennis will be tough to beat. It's going to be a mouth-watering event, isn't it? Event 15, now well in full string. Two 4-0 wins for Mitchell Laurie and Christine Ennis. Who will be up next? We're about to find out. Stay with us, folks. Another round of 64 match is coming right up. Our third round of 64 match of event number 15 getting underway here. It's our second Belgian of the day, Aaron de Rieder, who takes on Harry Childs of England. And a very tidy 140 to get us underway for the Belgian. First look at Harry on the live stream. And his stats don't look too bad when you look at the league table. It says from top to bottom on the Advanced Tour, the standard is so high. And Harry's running at pretty much a 70 average, 69.68. And again, when you look at the fact that there's been 14 events played, to average 70 over that period of time is consistent. $73.53 for Aaron de Rieder. He was very unlucky with his first maximum there. He's threatened it twice in the opening leg, so the signs early is that Aaron de Rieder means business. 26th currently on the order of merit is the Belgian. And after the first weekend of events, I thought Aaron de Rieder was going to be a potential winner of the whole thing. He reached a final where he lost out to Mitchell Laurie. But since then, it's been a bit of a hard grind. as we say, such as the standard and the strength and depth of the Advanced Tour. But he's a real top operator, is Aaron. And Harry Childs looks very much a cool customer, doesn't he? Yeah, good ball management from Derrida. Sets up 32 after 6 visits to the board. A brilliant 2 treble visit there from Childs. They just plan to see that if the 32 doesn't go, the 110 is very, very much a possibility. We walked on that with second dart, didn't he? It was that close. And after the 125, it sets up a manageable 110. 1 treble required. There is the treble. He wants the double 18. Great attempt from Harry Childs. But Derrida will be back for this time, double 4. A new area of the board to aim at. And you get the feeling, despite it being the opening leg of a best of 7, it's a very important one if you're in the Derrida camp with a missed start so far. Madhouse for the opening leg. He's certainly got his scoring boots on, as Aaron Derrida, but he needs to find his doubling boots. And the awkward lie of the second dart in particular forced the drag down there from Childs to bust his score. Aaron wants to be careful he doesn't bust this double 1 here. The old 1 above 1 in, or is he going to go straight in? 2 above 1 in will do. Had to be aggressive on the last dart. Brilliant. Decided this time to split the double 9 and did so to great effect. Harry Childs gets the early break. How much will that hurt the Belgian? And how much will that give Harry Childs confidence? Quite a lot by the seams of it. 140 away, just as Derrida was in the opening leg. Elias van Brussel has been beaten by the Rottweiler Jack Courtney. Who let the dogs out? Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, great win for the Irishman there. I was talking to Jack last night. He's picking up there the odd win, isn't he? But you know he's got a good run in him at some stage. Will it be on a Super Sunday here in Bristol? I think I might write a letter to Mr. Brown and say, can we have another 20 events? Can we just add it to 40? Just to run us up to Christmas. Give us a little break. And then we'll go again the beginning of February. Of course, after the tour, joking aside there, we've got the European Championships. We're going to have the Super 16. We're going to have Gibraltar for the big one, of course. The World Cup and the World Championship qualifiers. The schedule doesn't really ease up, does it? We've just had Tri-Nations action down Wales. Nations Cup. So much to play for our youngsters, isn't there? That's to try and juggle that with the JDC Vault for a lot of our players. A lot of them are playing on the ADC Championship Tour. And of course, as we mentioned, we've got the Foundation Tours options for some of our players. And the Challenge Tour also. Archie Self going very well. Lewis Cook. And that's been shown as well, isn't it, in terms of their match sharpness, isn't it, when they're coming into these weekends? The level that they're playing at. Lewis Cook winning one of the ADC Championship events down at Bradmore Farm last week. Archie Self also. When you compare a field of 260, 280 players, what an achievement that is. I was talking to Chris Mason on Friday night, and we're talking about the Scottish Open with Macy Gibbons winning the girls' event. Becca Allen winning the women's, the actual senior girls' events. And it was Chris Mason who said he won the Scottish Open once, and with over 1,000 players in the field. So I think that's only second to the Dutch Open in terms of figures, but what an achievement that was for Chris back in the day. And leg 2 is very much going the way of leg 1 in terms of double drama here in Bristol. I was about to say the only way to go there, Aaron. But again, wipes his feet on the doubles, and it's double 4. 2 twos to double his advantage. What a crazy match this has been so far. It's not always the ton plus averages, is it, that has the most drama and the most excitement. Fascinating contest here between the Belgian and the young Englishman. Rightfully taking his time. He wants double 4 to level things up and to get us back on throw. Double 2 of his own. Why is it? Can Child show Aaron the way home on double 2? Third dart in, and that'll hurt Aaron Derrida, and it's Harry Childs who does double his advantage. 2-0 up, a bit of breathing space for now. And how will Derrida respond? How will he respond? And like, as I say, the temperament and ability of our youngsters, when they do miss doubles, they tend to rattle in with high scores straight off, don't they? As Paul Nicholson discussed with us when we were doing the Junior Power League, it's that 4-second rule where you can get it out your system within 4 seconds, and if you don't, it can affect your performance for the rest of the match. And our youngsters, through the academies, through the coaching, through their own personal development, able to do that very well, aren't they? Very much even in the averages, even in the scoreline in leg number 3. But it's Childs who has that all-important break. And he looks to wrestle the advantage of throw away from Derrida. Derrida will need at least a treble here to keep tabs with Childs. He gets that last dart in the treble 19. Will stay the bullseye yet to leave 167 if he hit the 25, but was unable to do that. And it's a bit of a gift for Derrida, who now has the advantage of throw back. Again, with the last dart, finds the treble. But surely this is the leg where the Belgian gets off the mark. Double 16. The 92 doesn't go. Where will Childs go on the 116? 4 19s for tops. Brilliant. Is his timing brilliant? It is. His timing has just been that so much better than the Belgian. And after Derrida hit a brilliant treble 20, was unable to find the double 16. Child struck, and we're going for our third consecutive 4-0 whitewash of our live stream on this Super Sunday. And the darts at a double miss by Derrida. It's got to hurt, hasn't it? Just when you thought he was getting back in the game at 2-1. What an outstanding 116 checkout it was from Harry Childs. Lex Passhauser's through a 4-1 win over Oliver Haffen, another talent from the Northeast. But Lex, our JDC former world champion, our youngest ever JDC world champion at 13-year-old. A brilliant performance it was down at the Alexandra Palace against Daniel Stevenson. And of course, this year, it was Mitchell Lorry who was successful. A win over Kaya Basel. And of course, we've got Gibraltar coming up for that this year to see who will make the final. Never been to Gibraltar, a place I'd love to go. The Europa Centre, the gateway to Europe. You get the feeling if Derrida can get a leg on the board that he could still turn this match around. I said yesterday in the final, and what a final it was, congratulations to Owen Bryceland in shelling off his maiden tag in fine fashion. A 6-4 win over Lewis Cook, who we say congratulations to also in reaching back-to-back finals. But even a 3-1 down and 2-0 down, that Owen Bryceland, the 2026 edition, you felt that the match was still in his hands and that he had the ability to turn that final around. And I feel the same for Aaron Derrida here. If he takes one leg, I feel like this could very much turn on its head. But it's Childs who has the opportunity to wrap things up. He's been cool as you like, hasn't he? Very impressed with Harry. Because take away the missed doubles away, he's been granite, hasn't he? Charlie Greensmith's back in top form, semi-finalist yesterday. 4-1 win over the informed Drake Porter. Will we see two arms raised sarcastically above his head with a double 16? It's a double 8 that Harry Childs wants to wrap up the match. Match darts miss from Harry Childs. Derrida steps up for a double 8. He's hit it once already. Double 4. And it really has been a nightmare for Derrida on his doubles. And it's Harry Childs who punishes once again. Our third whitewash of this Super Sunday. Harry Childs progresses through to the round of 32. A 4-0 win over Aaron Derrida. Stay with us, folks. I think we might have one more match of the last 64 before we move into the second round. If not, we'll have a first of our second round matches. Stay with us. That's coming up very shortly. Though the running repairs are done for Caden Morris, practice starts are done. Who will go first in what will be our final first round match of event 15 before we dip our toes into the second round. Underway with Caden Morris, who was looking for his first win of the weekend. 2 first round defeats yesterday. 56 currently on the order of merit table. Toby Clemens in a healthier position, sat in 22nd. It's been a very solid campaign for Toby so far. Both players have featured on our stream board. Toby several times more. So it'll be interesting to see how Caden performs here against an opponent where very much banging form. But we know Caden Morris has a lot of talent. And is very capable of getting the job done. And I think when we get our players that are struggling for victories on the tour, we know that, again, like I say, the talent that they do have. Just one result can really turn their campaign around, but not just that, like I say, are very much capable of a deep run to a quarter-final or a semi-final. I think in my head, I kind of put rounds or runs into different players. And I would say from 64 a long way down are all capable of reaching a semi-final or a final. We know how difficult it is to get over the winning line when we've seen the talents of Owen Bryceland. Yes, 12-year-old, fantastic achievement and winning his first event yesterday. Speaking of first wins as well, congratulations to Jackie boy, Jack Johnson, who was also brushing off his maiden tag after several finals. What a performance that was, backing up his Junior Power League success. Friday night at the darts in Bristol was brilliant from Jackie boy. Both him and Owen thoroughly deserved winners on the tour. We said about Jaden Walker winning the previous weekend as Toby Clemens takes the opening leg with consummate ease. Yeah, we said when Jaden won his first title, is that going to open the floodgates for many more? And Jaden's been to final, semi-finals since then, so all of our players that are hot on the heels of Mitchell Laureana. And Mitchell just takes everything in his stride, doesn't he? What a fascinating JDC Advanced Tour and Junior Power League we have. It gives us butterflies with excitement to talk about it. Talk about consistency for the season. A 66 running average for Caden Morris in terms of his 3-dart average after 14 events. You felt needed a 2-treble visit there from Caden to keep tabs on Toby Clemens in leg number 2 here, who has the advantage of throw, and he's been granite in looking to double his advantage. 1-2-4 left after 12 darts. Toby Clemens, 75 running average for the season. 22nd, as we say, in the order of merit table. Brilliant first start, 216s required. Lovely adjustment with the third dart, feathers it in nicely. That's signs of a player that's put a lot of hard work in behind the scenes to be able to make that adjustment. And he's halfway to victory in a place in the second round. Bit of gremlins at work with a slight lag in the stream. We didn't have none of that yesterday, didn't we? Hopefully it's just a short-term drag, shall we say. But it was Toby Clemens yesterday who, we mentioned Caden didn't get the victory to score any points. A last 32 and a last 16 performance it was for Toby Clemens. Caden Morris lost out to Elias van Brussel, 4-0. He will be sick of the sight of because he also lost out to him in event 13. 4-0 and 4-1. Toby's best run was a last 16 performance on the opening tournament of the day yesterday. He beat Luke Cox for 4-1 with an 80 average, as he sits on 80 to go 3-0 in front. Oscar Saxon he beat 4-3, edged out again, improving his average to 83. And he lost out to a young lad called Mitchell Lorry, 4-2, with a 79.89 average. Mitchell Lorry, never heard of him. Only joke on Wee Socks. So we've had 4 3-0 whitewashes so far, as Toby Clemens takes out tops and a 19-dart breaker throw. Are we going to see 4 4-0 whitewashes of our first round? And that is the commentator's curse out the way, isn't it? With me saying that, how good the strength and depth is of the JDC Advanced Tour. Of course, we know it is. But missed doubles, timing, brilliance from our players can all result in 4-0ers. As we say, our last match of the first round before we start dipping our toes into the second round. So I'll keep you up to speed with any important games that are going on around the boards. Had a lengthy chat last night with Taylor James Harden, who I feel has got a deep run in him before the end of the campaign. He's 3-1 down against Jaden Walker, a real tough draw that is for Taylor. The Guildford Massive is going to have to produce the goods in the last event of the day by the looks of it. Taylor saying he's doing a lot of his vaults down in Portsmouth, where a lot of the modest players that week are in action. So a real tough schooling, but you know you've got to be on your toes amongst players that are featuring down at the Super Series. One of North East's finest, Ridley Ladicus, is 1-0 up over Belgian Jason Goosens. So 78 after a leg dart miss from Caden Morris. To wrap things up, he wants 20 for tops for a 4-0 victory for Toby Clemens as he looks to break the top 20 in the order of merit. As we say, 2 runs yesterday, 1 to the last 16. Caden Morris is off the mark and a well-earned leg for Caden. That'll settle him down. It's a breaker throw as well, so he has the advantage of throwing leg number 5. Can he keep his event 15 aspirations alive? We said if Aaron Dorita had taken a leg in the last match, that 3-0 or 3-1 could easily be turned, or not easily be turned around, but could be turned on its head. Will we see a comeback from Caden Morris? 1 match starts missed from Clemens. Will he be dwelling on that? I don't think he will be, but surely his opportunity for match starts will come at some point soon. But it's Caden Morris who holds a healthy advantage in leg number 5. He's 52 ahead plus these. As the commentator's curse strikes with a 40. But lucky for Caden, it's been a scrappy leg for Toby. I don't feel like he saw the winning line too early in terms of Toby Clemens. I think that it's just took his eye off the ball slightly. And that didn't last long, did it? As he's in the red bit. A very handy 140, a timely one. Yeah, Toby Clemens' eye off the ball lasted 9 darts. As the 140 is backed up once again with a maximum. As we said, it wouldn't be long before we'd see further match starts. And that's came to fruition fairly quick because 7 for tops are the likely route. Of course he goes 15 double 16. And does he get it? He doesn't. The second dart was blocking my view. Well, a 16 is not necessarily under the pressure it needed to be. Drama in Bristol. Will his 4th match start go? It doesn't. And Caden Morris, a wipe of the brow. It's getting hard in here. Double tops for 3-2 to remain alive. Looks the handy guide, and he unable to utilise it. So Caden Morris with the opportunity again on tops. We said it's not always the ton plus averages that bring out the best matches or the most interesting matches. And who would have thought after that 140 and 180 for Toby Clemens leaving 47, that we're potentially going to be going into leg 6. Because Caden was way back, wasn't he? Double trouble for many of our players so far. Double 5. Clemens will be back to wrap things up 4-1. And this time you feel that it is likely to go. It does go. 4-1 victory for Toby Clemens. Our last of our stream board matches for the first round. 3 4-0ers and a 4-1. But it's had a lot of drama along the way in some of our matches, hasn't it? Stay with us, folks. We've got a second round match that's coming right up. Practice darts concluded. Round of 32 action. Alfie Armitage taking on Jack Courtney. And at this stage, we've got to ask the big question. Who let the dogs out? Ooh, 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 ooh. The Rottweiler will throw first in leg number 1. One of Ireland's finest in action against the slick operator from Lancashire, Alfie Armitage. This should be a real close contest on paper. We have, as we mentioned, seen some one-sided matches. Some real close fought battles in terms of the legs won with some of the double trouble. No double trouble, of course, for Mitchell Laurie, who won with 107 average in our first match. Christian Ennis was smooth as silk with a 75 average, but again, it was a comfortable performance in a 4-0 victory for him. Harry Childs was successful 4-0 against Aaron DeRida. Now we've just seen a 4-1 win for Toby Clemens. I'll refresh my Darts Connect because it doesn't seem to be doing it automatically. Charlie Greensmith is our first player, or one of our first 2 players through to the round of 16. Owen Bryceland also. Bryceland has beaten Alfie O'Brien 4-2. And Charlie Greensmith, what a performance that was. An 80 average, but beat Turgle Kularelku, the JDC Advanced Tour number 1 of 2025. A 4-0 whitewash over Turgle. So for the opening leg for the Rottweiler, as he licks his chops at double 16. And a brilliant adjustment. I was sat with the Irish contingent last night, and I think Jack Courtney's inspired by the singer that was on last night. She was belting out a few top Adele songs. I was trying to get Jack into the action, but he was having none of it. I think he's more into the Hanger 61 rap that, and the JPL rap that comes out on a Friday night. If you haven't heard that already, please look it up because it is a fantastic, catchy tune, shall we say. That's been made specially for our Friday night. During the walk-on proceedings. Yeah, it certainly had me and Chris Mason tapping our foot on Friday night. So as we mentioned, it's still a race to 4 all the way through to the semi-finals. This is the stage that both players got to yesterday as their best performances. Quinn Sneebor, Jack Courtney was the first player that he beat, event 13, before losing out 4-2 to Christine Ennis, who we saw on our stream board earlier on. Alfie Armitage beat Craig Devlin as he tidies up with a beautiful 20-dart hold of throw of his own. Treble 20 and tops taken out in 2. Very nice indeed. Yeah, Alfie Armitage, a 4-3 win, edged out Craig Devlin before losing out to a Scot by the name of Mitchell Lorry. Yeah, we Sox with a 89 average, sorry. And that was on our live stream board, actually. It was 76 average from Alfie Armitage, who did very well despite taking just the one leg. There's not many players taking one leg off Mitchell Lorry right now, is there? As we mentioned, kicked off yesterday's display with a 109 average in the opener, did Mitchell Lorry. 107 average on our live stream just there. A 10 darter as well, and amongst that, went for the bullseye. He always does that. In event 14, again mirrored around a 32 performance, did Alfie. Beat Alfie Moore 4-3. That was a match that was also on our stream board. Before losing out to Jumpin' Jack, our JPL champion. Alfie Armitage lost 4-2 to Jack in that one. Event 14, it was first round exit for Jack Courtney. Lano Schnoys of Belgium getting the better of him 4-1. I marked Jano's match after losing my money in, money out tournament last night. And when you watch some of the talents in these money in out competitions, how relaxed that they seem. And sometimes you feel like they put a bit too much pressure on themselves on the Advanced Tour, because the money in, money out tournaments, they'd relax that a little bit more, and you think, where's these average on a Saturday and Sunday for some players? But like I say, from 64 down to way down, they're all capable of making a semi-final and a final. Just relax, trust in their arm, and carry that little bit of rub of the green. So can the Rottweiler turn this one around? 1-0 up, 2-1 down. But he's wrestled the advantage of throw away from Alfie as we reach the business end of our round of 32 match here on the live stream. I'd like to introduce Jack with the Who Let the Dogs Out song. And I do miss Nico Badu on the tour. And Nico, come back, please, even just for the last weekend. I know that's not possible, but as Alfie Armitage unlucky with a deflection there, going for the 180. Because I do miss introducing Nico with the new Gibraltarese national anthem, where we ask everybody to stand as I belt out a Nico Bado, oh, Nico Bado, Nico Bado. Hi to everybody watching over in Gibraltar and the Adams family. And Nico himself, of course. Bullseye required for 3-1. So this is in the wheelhouse of Jack Courtney, but you feel it might have to go here. Great attempt, wasn't it? Unlucky with that second dart. As Alfie Armitage has turned this match on his head, as we say, from 1-0 down is 3-1 up. Jack has to keep Alfie honest, obviously. He's got to win out from here. But you feel if he holds his throw, It's only one break to get the advantage of throw in the deciding leg. We know Alfie has got a couple of 2 treble visits in him. So Courtney's got to boss this leg. A real fascinating contest. The 2 treble visit lands first for Jack Courtney as he looks to hold his throw and remain alive with an opportunity of going to the round of 16 for the first time this weekend. Jack's been toying with his new setup over the last couple of weekends, which he said he hasn't found his confidence in his equipment as yet. So 189 he can't finish, but he's got 6 starts minimum if required from here. Sets it up brilliantly, doesn't he? Really turning it on with his back against the wall is a Rottweiler. And again, board management there. Despite the pressures of being 3-1 down, realised his opponent was on a non-check out and sets up his favoured double 16 when he returns. As Alfie drops his darts, does a Gezi Price. And only 60. 2 8s. Well, he gets the 32, but not the weights. Got to go, unfortunately, Jack. And this is to steal the deal in style. Doesn't get the 25 or the bullseye. So Courtney will be back for a second visit at double 16. He chose that route with his opponent on 185 back, and it proved the right decision. A brilliant take. It's the 6 leg. It's Alfie throwing for the match. And we said Jack Courtney has got to boss the leg that he's just won, with Alfie certainly having a 2 or 3 treble visit in his armoury. And Jack's got to do the same again, hasn't he? Bosses it with 2 trebles with his opening visit. What a match we've got here in Bristol. Yeah, Jack last night seemed a little bit more animated with Amy Winehouse rather than Adele. Each to their own, I suppose. In my opinion, that's like picking Messi or Ronaldo. Brilliant leg from Jack. 149 after 9 and in the red bit. $62 going as he snarls at the treble 10. Wrong bed. Double 8. And we thought we were going the distance. We might not be, because 77 going for a 137. He's hit the treble 20. Goes the 15s route. So double 8 to take us all the way and get that break back. Gets the double 4. Brilliant adjustment. 3-all in this fascinating contest here in Bristol. Best of luck, gentlemen. A place in the round of 16 at stake. And when you've been 3-1 down and put in 2-leg performances of the highest order from Jack Courtney, you don't want to come away with 46. But Alfie Armitage doesn't punish on this occasion with just a 45 of his own. It's not just the pressure on doubles at times, is it, at the start of matches or the conclusion of matches, but it gets tight, doesn't it, on the score, and a lot of the times in last leg deciders, when both players know how much is at stake. And there's the 2-treble visit that we've been expecting from Alfie. But it's Jack Courtney who still has the advantage. What a turnaround it's been for the Rottweiler. But Alfie, what a great temperament he's got. He'll fight. The Accrington ace. 6 starts if required for Jack Courtney. 2 treble 19s perhaps. Well, he gets one of them, and he'll certainly take that after hitting the 3. And a bit of over-trying you feel from Alfie. And a brilliant last start on the treble 20 to keep Jack honest in this leg. He goes for 220s with a bull route with his opponent on the 104 after that brilliant last start on the treble 20. Only 40. Brilliant first start. So a single 16 for double top. My preferred route as well on 104. One match start missed for Alfie, so we saw Mitchell Laurie on the 10 dart to hit the bullseye. I don't think Jack Courtney will go that route. Double 16 for a place in the round of 16. He's been there before as Jack, so he's not dipping his toe into new water. But 2 match starts missed. And back comes Alfie. Can he wrap things up in style? Getting closer. Lovely marker. And pulled the last start. Rushed it, didn't he? 2 8s. Again, was edging closer. And a shake of the head. And a clutch moment last start from the Irishman. A fist pump. Congratulations to Jack, who advances to the round of 16. And Alfie, your quality, mate. You will certainly be back. And you'll be back at the business end of competition. Stay with us, folks. We've got another second round match that's coming right up. So into the round of 16 we go. This Super Sunday is moving along rather swimmingly, isn't it? Quality matching prospect. The informed Charlie Greensmith taking on Reggie the Ledgy. Reg the Ledge. Woodmore. Reggie the Ledgy? Carl, you talk utter nonsense at times. We're underway here in a place in the quarterfinals at stake. Another Reggie in action. Reggie Woolard is 2-1 down against Jaden Walker. Lewis Cook hasn't been doing things too simple in reaching back-to-back finals. He's 3-all with Corey Wiltshire. One of Bristol's finest is Corey Wiltshire. Mitchell Laurie taking the opening leg against Joe Westby, former Super 16 champion. It was a semi-final run yesterday in the opening tournament of the day. For Charlie Greensmith. I'll touch on that in a moment. I'm just checking to see how he fared in event 14. Yeah, round of 16 he lost back in that semi-final run-up. Beat Alfie O'Flynn Rogers 4-0, which is a cracking performance in itself after that semi-final. For the opening leg and a breaker throw, he wants tops. It doesn't go, so Reggie has an opportunity to hold the throw. There won't be too many opportunities that you get to win a leg on 8 visits, but Reggie Woodmore will certainly take that. And he's off the mark in what remains a best of 7. Yeah, Charlie Greensmith then, after beating Alfie O'Flynn Rogers, who was a former finalist on the Advanced Tour, another Essex ace, roundabout Southend-on-Sea. And it was Toby Clemens who he beat 4-1 in the second round with a 74 average. And then he lost out to tournament winner Owen Bryceland in the last 16, an 86 average, losing out 4-3 to Owen in that. What could it be, eh? And this is a solid second leg as he looks to get back on track in this match, does Charlie Greensmith. The 58 didn't go, but 1-4-1 after 12, he's in prime position to level things up in the second leg. The 1-4-1 doesn't go, but his opponent's way back on 2-6-1, so 85 is handy still from there, isn't it? A very manageable 56. For 17 or 18 darts will do. "18 darts will most certainly do." We're level pegging. It's Reggie Woodmore who throws first in leg number 3. Yeah, Reggie lost out in event 14, 4-0 to Leo Howard. So he's slightly more well rested coming into today's first event. And we mentioned that run to the semi-final for Charlie yesterday. Aaron DeRiedery, we saw early doors on our stream. A 4-1 win over him with an 80 average. And could Reg the Ledge be sick of the sight of Charlie Greensmith because he actually beat Reggie Woodmore 4-1 in the second round here yesterday. A very impressive 4-2 victory over Masters champion and World Championship runner-up in Kaya Basel. Beat Drake Porter in the quarterfinals, who's in terrific form right now. And then lost out 5-2 to Jackie Boy, Jack Johnson, who went on to win the event. So both events yesterday, Charlie Greensmith lost to the eventual winner. Brilliant first start, wants tops for the first break of the match to take the lead for the first time. Very unlucky, wasn't it? But Reggie's back to retake the lead. For a lefty, 210's an extension of the arm. So's 6-6-4. Taken out with the third dart. The only way to go, Reggie. He leads 2-1. Charlie's darts in leg 4. I think I need to wind the coils on my laptop because either Lewis Cook and Corey Wilshire's chucking 176 darts to win the deciding leg, or my computer's not refreshing itself. I do apologise, everybody. Darts Connect comes under PDC events, I believe, and it's event 15 if you want to keep tabs on anything. But of course, matters at hand, our live stream board here, and we've got two fine young operators looking for a place in the quarterfinals. Right, I've had enough of waiting for my laptop, so what I'm going to do is go on my phone. Sixteen after 5 visits to the board. And double 4 taken out of his own. Charlie Greensmith does level things up with a 17 darter. Impressive stuff from Charlie. Reggie with a 2 treble visit to sit poised, but when Charlie's missing his doubles, he's not missing them by very far, isn't he? And he's taking them out with his throw, but can he do it to break the throw? Because he's going to have to do it at some point, isn't he, in this match? And he has had opportunities on the Woodmore throw. Will he get the chance to before, or is Reggie's scoring going to prevent that? A real fascinating contest here in Bristol. Hangar 61. The new home of JDC darts, but the future of youth darts. What an amazing venue it is. Yeah, brilliant 2 treble visit there from Charlie. Superb grouping. Was unlucky with the second dart. But it is 6 darts from 1-2-2 if required. At only 37 though, and Charlie's ready to strike. Could it be a 1-7-7? That would have been a very handy treble 19 cover shot as well, wouldn't it? But Brilliant first start on 85. Woodmore wants tops to go back in the lead. Every leg so far with throw. That trend continues. Woodmore strikes on double 10. A very important 85 checkout taken out with his opponent sat on 74 poised. Reg the Ledge. Certainly living up to that nickname with that checkout, wasn't it? Showed some bottle. And applying the pressure on the Greensmith throw as he looks to get the job done without having to hold his throw for a fourth time. Charlie still has the advantage of throw, and in the red bit, brilliant two treble visit. And this match certainly warrants and deserves a last leg decider. Just when you thought 2 visits ago that Woodmore was ready to strike and win 4-2, get that all-important first break. But back comes Greensmith in fine form, doesn't he? And with his opponent on 168, he knows he'll be back for 52. But it's going to be under a heap of pressure from the scoring of Woodmore. 68 if he returns. But to take us the distance, we've had a lot of one-sided matches early doors here of event 15, but this one has been a real ding-dong battle, and Greensmith takes out double 16 with the first start. We're going the distance for a place in the quarterfinals. Best of luck, gentlemen. As mentioned, we will have our girls' final later on of event 16. I will keep you posted of how the groups have developed and who is through to the quarterfinals later on in the day. Jack Johnson is another player through to the quarterfinals. 4-1 win over the Rockweiler, who we've just seen on our live stream board. Still with the advantage of throw after 6 starts. 31 ahead plus those. All 7 legs perhaps going on throw. So that all-important bullseye. But Greensmith is hot on the heels. What a contest we've got here in Bristol. But it has been brilliant, hasn't it, from Reggie Woodmore? His timing has been brilliant. Greensmith's been electric. But it all seems to be on their own throw, which is pleasing for Reggie Woodmore at this stage, who's got 6 starts for 115 as he blobs a 5 there on 96. So 74 when he returns. Would have wanted better than 41. It just adds to the excitement of the conclusion of this match. As Greensmith goes walkabouts on the 20s. And only 40, so it's going to be a tough ask for 136 if Woodmore doesn't take out the 74. But he's taken out a treble 18. He's halfway there. And the double 10 once again is very fluent and very accurate. It's Reggie Woodmore who advances to the quarterfinals. A brilliant performance from him, averaging just shy of 80. He has beaten the informed Charlie Greensmith, who lost with an 82.3. Brilliant stuff from both players, but it's Woodmore who advances. Stay with us, folks. We've got another match coming right up. Welcome back to the action, folks, here in Bristol, Hangar 61, and it's the Elite 8 who are in action, or a quarter of that Elite 8, because we've got Addison Hefferon who takes on Jack Nankervis. And our last round, well, it's a best of 7. And it's young Addison who gets us underway here. Should be a rapid, quick-fire match. We know Jumpin' Jack is one of the quickest, slickest players around. And Addison likes to get on with things as well. I think the pace of the match will suit both players. Yesterday, the opening tournament of the day, shall we say, Addison Hefferon was around a 32 defeat. So he's eclipsed that and more today. Beat Caleb Gascoigne with a 76 average, a 4-0 whitewash, before losing out to Jaden Walker, who averaged 93.61. Addison on a not too shabby 82. And that was in a 4-1 defeat. I said despite Jack Nankervis having a few struggles on JPL nights, where he's defending champion, of course, amazing achievement from Jack by winning the inaugural Junior Power League. But I said there was a big run coming, didn't I? And he reached the final. And he was 5-4 up against Lewis Cook before Lewis, our back-to-back runner-up from yesterday, got over the winner 9-6-5. But it was very nice to see Jack Nankervis fire back with a bit of form. We know form is temporary and class is permanent. We also discussed on Friday night the growth spurt that young Jack is experiencing at the minute. And it's all these little permutations, isn't it, that are challenges in youth darts. A brilliant adjustment, a quick adjustment on the double 2. And it's an early break for Nankervis. First year on the tour for Addison Hefferon. And I watched him a bit as well in the Money In, Money Out tournament and preparation as well before the event start on the day. And he's got a lot about him, and he carries himself rather well for his pint-sized stature right now. Certainly has a lot of stage presence, if you catch me drift. Like a male version of Becca Allen, in terms of he's got that grit and determination. But with his opponent on a non-checkout, Jack looking to set things up. 103 is very possible, but he's got 6 darts if required. Double top. And a tidy ton topper to double his advantage. Jack Nankervis leads 2-0. It's Addison who throws first in leg 3. And he's in the red bit. We saw a brilliant contest. Reggie Woodmore edging out Charlie Greensmith 4-3. Probably the most enjoyable match I've seen for a while. A match that went the distance, all 7 legs with throw, but it really was a close encounter. Unlucky with a maximum effort there from Hefferon. I'm talking to Jack just before he went on stage, and he seemed very upbeat and very happy with his form and his run today. He's halfway for a place in the semi-finals. But Addison Heffron will have other ideas, of course, and a tidy 56 reduces the arrears by half. Nankervis away with a ton. It's all action here in Bristol. No time to reflect, and as the 180 is backs up the ton. Yeah, can't sit and rest on your laurels with 103 checkout. Addison Heffron straight back in to respond. But then Nankervis responds fantastically well with 9 quality darts of his own. Sends his average above 80. And this is Nankervis-esque, this leg. Doesn't need to go the treble 18 and bull route with his opponent. A long way back. And despite Addison reducing the rears to 2-1, if he goes 3-1 and then holds again, at some point he has got a break, and it'll 15 data from Nankervis closes the door on leg number 4. But again, the response from Addison is brilliant, isn't it? A superb 140. We said this match was going to be mouth-watering. It's starting to develop that way, isn't it? Was this day where it was quarterfinals where event 13 eluded him yesterday, losing out to eventual winner Jack Johnson, a fellow Junior Power League star. But he beat Alfie O'Brien, did Nankervis 4-3. Reese Butler he beat 4-0. And lost out to an inspired Jackie Boy 4-3. That was event 13 yesterday. There's very little to separate them in terms of tournament average so far. Addison averaging 73.58 for the series for 14 events played so far, which again is quality to see. He's making his maiden campaign on the Advanced Tour. Brilliant treble 17, double 12 to stay alive. And he pulls it. The first attempt at double 12 wasn't much of a guide or a marker, was it? Nankervis steps in and closes the door on the match. Punishes the missed darts from Addison Heffron, and it's Jack Nankervis is through to our semi-final, averaging just shy of 85. Great stuff from Jumpin' Jack. Who will join him in the semi-final? We'll have a semi-final that's coming right up, folks. Semi-final Sunday at the darts. And it's an all north of the border affair. God knows what edition this is between Owen Bryceland and Mitchell Lawrie, because good friends off the hockey. Both in the same academy camp with Jamie Ward. Renfrew against Cumbernauld. As I was greatly appreciatedly advised that Owen is not from Renfrew. I do apologise, everybody. We're big rivals, great respect for each other. And I think the Mitchell Lawrie, the form and the achievements that he's made has really brought Owen along as well. Sit back and enjoy this one. It's going to be an absolute belter. Well, he went for the bullseye for a 10 darter in our first stream match of the board. He only needs double 8 for a 10 darter in this opener, and Mitchell Lawrie executes it. A respectful fist pump, as we say, great respect for each other. And I think that's across the board on the Advanced Tour and the Girls Tour. As Mitchell Lawrie averaging only 150. Yes, it is very early, but 10 darter backed up with 140. We talk about where's the ceiling for Mitchell Lawrie. Oh my God. As both players showboating here on the stage, played in fantastic spirit, and both, as we say, bringing out the best of each other. What a match we've got here. We see Mitchell Lawrie and Kaya Basel doing a lot of this when they're performing on certain Facebook opportunities, which is great to see. Both players that are going to be fantastic at exhibitions, aren't they? And they've got the personality as well, off the hockey, to really bring a highlight to people's evenings and days, of course. Well, that was an opportunity to back up the 10 darter with a 14 or 15 dart break. But as you'd expect, hot on the heels is Owen Bryceland for a double 8 of his own. You'd say slightly rushed, but the fluency of Owen Bryceland's throw, you can't question the pace of the way he throws, because we said winner waiting to happen, and he got over the winning line to win event 14. A thoroughly deserved title for Bryceland. But on this Super Sunday, it's going to take a massive performance to stop Wee Sox. A win today, and he'll certainly be earning his kebab and full trimmings and the hospitality of Mrs. Ward up in Renfrew at the start of the week. Running 140 from Bryceland. But this is Mitchell Lawrie playing in such a fluent motion. And you look at Owen Bryceland as well, just so pleasing on the eye, both players, aren't they? JDC Advanced Tour at its best. An important 15 dart, hold a throw. Fuming with that miss. A tricky 99, 2 tops. Nearly busted as Mitchell Lawrie's back to treble his advantage. And what you wouldn't think would be a one-sided affair, because Owen Bryceland's had opportunities, or he's been ready to pounce. But it's going to take a monumental display if Owen's going to reverse matters from here. It's only one breaker throw to get to 3-all, but so difficult to do it in any match, let alone against the WDF #1, the JDC World Champion. And one of the hottest tickets around right now is Mitchell Lawrie. He's got some snazzy jerseys as well, hasn't he, Mitchell? I thought on Friday night he almost was wearing an England shirt. Or maybe he's after his Danish Open success. Could be forgiven to say it looked part Danish. I do apologise, as he said at 180 there. He certainly wouldn't be wearing an England top. I'm only messing, folks. Back-to-back 180s and 81 after 9 for Bryceland. He's got to be foot perfect in terms of winning legs from here as Bryceland, but swimming along nicely, just shy of 103 average and a 167. Oh, what an opportunity that would have been to end an epic. Jack Nankervis is obviously through to the semi-finals as Owen Bryceland stays alive in this contest. Oh, remember, it's first to 5. Doesn't have to be foot perfect from here. It's all the high score and the 10 darters. It's all going at me head. Calm down, Carl, calm down. Or calm your wee self down, young man. I'll say young, I'm only 43. Back to the action anyway. I digress. Yeah, and one treble visit from Bryceland is not going to be enough, you feel, to damage the Mitchell Lawrie throw, is it? Absolutely huge. 171, as good of a maximum as Bryceland looks for a maximum. What a response. We had back-to-back 180s in the last leg and a 171 and a 180 here. 12 dart leg holder throw. Outstanding stuff from Wee Sox. We mentioned Owen's superb success yesterday. He beat Kyle Davison 4-1 in the opener. He beat Turgle 4-3 in the second match. Charlie Greensmith he beat with another 4-3, another 4-3er to show his minerals in the last 16. Jackie Boy, who won event 13, he beat 4-1. He beat Ben Townley, who's going great guns right now in the semi-finals, again in a last leg thriller. And then he beat Lewis Cook in the final 6-4 from 3-1 down. So amazing achievement there from Cumbernault's finest. He should be able to double his scoreline tally in terms of legs won on the back of that 96 here. A rare leg where Mitchell Lawrie's way back, but 145 after 12. And when you're on 65 and you're behind the pitch count in terms of the scoring, as he goes looking for 145 for the match, you guarantee you hit the bullseye on that 65, don't you? And the madhouse is missed, so Mitchell Lawrie to wrap things up with a 5-1 scoreline. Double top to reach the final and go in pursuit of his 7th Advanced Tour title. Takes it out. A 5-1 win for Mitchell Lawrie. Bragging rights go to Mitchell on this occasion, but a fine display also from Owen Bryceland. He'll be back for the last event of the day, looking to mirror yesterday's performance in winning the second event of the day. But for now, it's Mitchell Lawrie who's in the final. a final that's coming up very shortly, folks. Stay with us, it's going to be a cracker. Here we go then, folks. Event 15, our finale. Mitchell Lorry taking on Jack Nankervis. A second final in back-to-back weekends for Jack Nankervis. We said form is temporary and class is permanent. And it's great to see Jumpin' Jack leaping into the final. And Mitchell Lorry, of course, not just a fine display in averaging 107, was it, in the opening match? A 10 data in the opening leg was mirrored with a 10 data in the semi-final, as he averaged 102.5, I believe. Yeah, close enough, Carl. 102.49. Meanwhile, for Jack Nankervis, it was a 5-2 win over Jaden Walker. Jaden looking to cement his place in that England squad for Gibraltar by being in the top 4 after the 20 events. And I think that's a great way of producing the qualifiers for the England A squad. We know that Scotland's going to be strong. Jack Nankervis says that 180 won't matter one little jot because Jack Nankervis takes the opening leg. This is going to be a quality final. We know Mitchell Lorry broke the record earlier on in the campaign with 5 consecutive wins on the Advanced Tour. Jack Nankervis last year won 2 off the spin. He was part of the successful England team. The England A team that won over in Gibraltar. Ryan Branley, Archie Self, Jack Nankervis, and Mason Tees it was. Who was successful. A former World Cup winner himself in Mitchell Lorry. A 14 dart holder throw in response to Jack Nankervis's tidy opening leg. A race to 6. And this electric final. Edging closer. Brilliant adjustment. We have a level game. Still on throw. It's Jack Nankervis to throw first. Looking for a maximum to apply the pressure on a trebleless visit from Nankervis. But back in the red bit goes Nankervis with a 140. Responds in kind. The pace of the game certainly suit both players. And with Mitchell Lorry winning 5-1 in the semi-final against Owen Bryceland, Jack Nankervis winning 5-2 against Jaden Walker, it's good to get into the final without too much emotional and mental strength exerted. Another tidy leg on throw for Jack Nankervis, a 13 darter. Mitchell still in excess of 100 average, and Jack, the way he's playing, will soon be over the ton average himself. As we said with our semi-final in the Battle of Scotland, this is the JDC Advanced Tour at its very best, everybody. Hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. On the conclusion of this final, we're 3/4 of the way through the tour. ton 40, ton 180, 81 after 9, 2 10 darters, possibly a 12. It was the bullseye in the opening match of event 15 to take out the 10 darter against Alfie Knox, that was. $13 for Nankovic, $13 for Mitchell Lowry, fifth leg, jumping jack to throw first. As we say, the level of play from Mitchell Lowry, Jack Nankovic, and all the other finalists that we've had in latter stage matches, they'd grace any tour, wouldn't they? I mean, this is Pro Tour form, isn't it? I mean, we know that Mitchell Lowry's going to Q School and he's going to be red hot favourite to win his tour card, and there's a lot of darts to be thrown between now and then. He's already secured his berth at Lakeside in May. Crazy at the thought of that. Yeah, I know there's a slight overlap in the qualifying usually starts with Lakeside in about the October time, doesn't it? So 13 dart, hold a throw, and a threatening for a 13 dart break a throw. Little damage done with Nankovic back on a non-checkout. But Mitchell will want to get the job done. There is the first break of the match so far. 3-2 he leads. He's halfway to victory in what is a race to 6. As he goes in pursuit of lucky 7 for the season. And to think 15 events gone and potentially 7 wins, accounting for just shy of half of the events. Wee Sox, the dominatrix, from 7 feet 9 and a quarter. So a 13 darter in 2 out the last 3 legs. Breathing space for Wee Sox. We see he rocks up, doesn't he, on the Sunday. And he's doing so once again. He rocks up on a Saturday and all, to be fair, like Mitchell Lowry. But as we say, pretty much winning everything in sight. They win 3 tournaments over in Denmark. WDF men's number 1. And I guarantee come the Lakeside, you won't get no double figure odds on him going one better than last year. Lost out to Jimmy van Schie of the Netherlands. And we've had a couple of 13 darters. We've had 10 darters in previous matches. A tidy 11 dart break, averaging 108 and change. Then 12 it was on the previous weekend to conclude what was a quality weekend, as is this weekend. It was 104 average for Mitchell Lowry with a 6-1 win over Jaden Walker. And he could have had 116 if he'd have took his double out to win 6-0. Jaden Walker battled back with a couple of 180s and really dug in deep as a champion that Jaden Walker is. But this is to wrap up yet another title. And he really is making 108 average look rather easy, isn't he? The talents of Weesox, the ceiling is unknown. Frightening, isn't it? Such an exciting future ahead of him, as is Jack Nankervis, of course. So Nankervis doesn't take out the 80, and Weesox for double 6 to wrap up his 7th title. Brilliant darts. A 17 dart holder throw, good enough, and 105.16 average, bettering his event 12 final, and he's done so in style, beating Jack Nankervis by a 6-2 scoreline. 7 JDC Advanced Tour titles. Mitchell Lowry, take a bow, young man. He will, of course, be back, as will Jack Nankervis, for event 16, our final event of the weekend. Our round of 64 match is coming right up. Stay with us, folks. It's hot on the heels of Mitchell Lowry's success. So as promised, on the back of Mitchell Laurie's success of event 15, our first event and third event of the weekend, hot on the heels is our first match of event 16. Alfie Moore against Reggie Woodmore. More to come for sure. And we're underway for our first of what will be a host of matches to see who will become the last champion of the weekend. Sit back and enjoy this one. It has the makings and ingredients of being a very close affair. Alfie Moore from up the Derby area. I know Chris Mason has been giving Alfie a bit of guidance. Been busy with exams. But a real talent. And Reggie Woodmore, of course, we saw Reg the Ledge in action in what was a very impressive 4-3 victory over Charlie Greensmith. And that was the round of 16, eventually losing out to Owen Bryceland in the quarterfinals. A splendid two-treble visit there. Not on a finish after 12, but he's on the 178, so 6 darts if needed. Well, it will be needed because not even the talents of Reggie Woodmore can take out a 178. Then with his opponent on a non-checkout, we'll just look for a bit of board management, straight darts, and he's done exactly that. I was about to say how much pressure will the 40 be on, but a troubleless visit from Alfie. It require double 8 when he returns, if he returns. And what we noticed about Alfie yesterday, it was a bit of a slow start on part about Alfie. He was finding himself behind on the pitch count in terms of the scoreline, 2-0 down before. He really found his range and showed his ability, winning 4-2 in one of his first matches, and he almost replicated that in his second live stream match. A bit like calling down the Lewis Cook, the amount of last leg deciders that Lewis was facing. But again, showing his minerals by reaching the final was Lewis. And the same can be said about Charlie Greensmith, who was, as Reggie takes out double 4, the leg went to the rightful owner in the end. Alfie Moore's darts for leg number 2. Yeah, when you look at tournaments where players reach the latter stages and you see them winning last leg deciders in so many, it really shows the match hardness, shall we say, of the player. Yes, it's nice to get through 4-0, 4-1, but you know you're in a contest and you know your game is in a good order by getting over the winning line so many times in last leg deciders. One thing about Reggie Woodmore, in his match against Charlie Greensmith, he was granite on his own throw. The all-important bullseye off. We says it doesn't matter in a lot of cases, but when it comes down to that last leg, you'd want to have the throw, wouldn't you? Invited the 180 that the lie of that first start, didn't it? And judging by Alfie's reaction, he was expecting better than the wrong side of the big treble. So first down to a finish is Woodmore on the Shanghai. I'm feeling the frustration is Alfie. I was saying this relaxed lefty, but all lefties look relaxed, don't they? Always looks very pleasing on the eye as a left-handed action. So for an unexpected chance to level up, 16 for tops. Misses the big single and more frustration from Alfie. Concentration levels are just trying too hard perhaps, but it's building for Alfie Moore, isn't it? And he just needs to take a blow, take a wipe of the brow, and come back for tops as Reggie Woodmore hits 19, but he was hoping to do it with 388, not for a single 19. That looks a handy guide. That looks an even handier guide. And that looks like it was in Alfie Armitage territory. And again, 19 scored for Reggie Woodmore, but not intending to go 3 single 16. What an absolute fascinating second leg. I don't know whether I'm coming or going anymore. However, it's one leg on and it's Reggie Woodmore who has the advantage to throw in leg number 3. What a crazy game we've got, isn't it, darts? And we all love it, that's why. All been in that situation of both players, haven't we? More so me coming back from the nicking legs. I said I'd keep you up to speed in the girls' series as well. Some hot off the press news there from our runaway leader in Macy Gibbons. She's just averaged 95 in her quarter-final match. And our 4 quarter-final winners have just came through. Macy Gibbons, as mentioned, 95 average and a 3-0 win. Abby Edridge has been in a couple of finals. She's a rising talent in the girls' game. 3-1 win for her. Harley Glover has beaten JPL starlet in Lola Wheeler 3-1. Big win for her. And a 3-0 win for Becca Allen, our Junior Power League champion. Our girls series runner-up from last year to Paige Paulin. She's currently second in command at the minute on the table. And she averaged 71 with a 3-0 win over Natalie Baxter. And following the exploits of all the double trouble in leg number 2, taking out first dart, Alfie Moore gets the first break of the contest. Halfway to victory and a place in the round of 32 awaits. How will Reg the Ledge respond? But is this where Alfie Moore kicks? The midpoint of the match, like we say in the early match yesterday, he really turned on the afterburners and showed his scoring prowess and his ability. Now that the shackles are off, are we going to see the best of Alfie? I'm squirming closer to the edge of my squeaky chair. I was just shimmying over really because I had my laptop out of eye reach as I was checking on the girls' semi-finals. We'll keep you up to speed also, everybody, on what's happening on the boys event, the early stages of event 16, as we say. Jack Johnson was a quarter finalist. We've got Jaden Walker, just off the top of my head, this is a semi-finalist. Just thinking about the England placings and who's not cementing it, but who's looking in a stronger position and who could be under threat. Yeah, Kaya Basel was also, I believe, a quarter finalist. So that's going to do his chances no harm. Ben Townley, I don't think, did too well. I spoke with Ben earlier. Arthur Alston, I didn't see in the business end of proceedings. The same can be said for Archie Self. So it looks like the top four is going to be remaining in a strong position. And that is Jack Johnson, Lewis Cook, Jaden Walker, Kaya Basel. Whichever way around you want to put that right now. Back-to-back breaks as Reggie Woodmore strikes. Both halfway to victory. And that should resettle Reggie, shouldn't it? So from early scorelines of the round of 64, Liam Cook of Wales is through against Jack Courtney. 4-2 that was. Taylor James Harden, an 87 average. Said a big performance was coming perhaps from him. And a 4-0 win over Kyle Davison. Christian Ennis through against Alfie Knox, 4-1. Alfie Knox having two difficult matches in his openers in playing Mitchell Laurie and Christian Ennis. He'll be ready to put his feet up on the flight on the way home, back up to Newcastle. Jake Hobbs, a big win, 4-2 against Alfie Cook, who's in tremendous form. Of course, brother of Lewis and a winner on tour this year. Jack Marshall's through 4-2 against Vince Kennis. Jaden Walker 4-2 over Jason Goosens. Harry Glykos has won a last leg decider against Callum Ryan. Lano Schnoys, a successful Belgian this time over Joe Westby 4-1. But this match is perfectly poised, isn't it? It's 2-all. Alfie's wrestled the advantage of throwaway and then strikes 40. Woodmore in the red bit. A real fascinating conclusion. Be disappointed with a ton after that first treble 20, but at the same time, it gives him a chance at a manageable ton topper. A brilliant treble 19 cover shooting from Alfie Moore. So 91 remaining. Double top remaining for 110 checkout. It's a holder throw, but it's a big dart. With his opponent sat on 56. And a drop of the head suggests, well, it's clear to see that it had missed. And Alfie Moore has been tight on tops. Not this time, he's been accurate on tops. Third consecutive breaker throw of the match. Alfie Moore throws first in leg number 6 in a leg that'll see him over the winning line. Will he buck the trend of 3 consecutive breaks? Again, we talk about first round matches, and some of them times, that, despite being the second tournament of the day, the first round's always the hardest to win, or a lot of the times the hardest to win. Again, it's not very often, but I tend to find semi-finals is a difficult one. And if I get through a semi-final, I've got good records in finals. But generally, for me, it's the first round that's the difficult one. You see that, don't you, at the Lakeside back in the day? You've had players that have travelled globe-trotted to get their Lakeside positions, and then the curse of the top seed going out in the first round. Going back to the 90s when you're the likes of Kevin Painter and for a lot of the time the likes of Steve Beaton. And then the likes of the Dangerous Biscuit, the Jammy Dodger, Gary Anderson, of course. I wonder what happened to his career after he left the old BDO format. The Flying Scotsman. We've got another Flying Scotsman, a couple of Flying Scotsmen, haven't we? We've got some canny operators in the likes of Kyle Davison and Craig Devlin. But then we've got Flying Scotsmen in the form of Owen Bryceland and, of course, Wee Sox Mitchell Laurie. They're going to be a force in Gibraltar, aren't they? So for the match, double top Fruitful in leg 5. With his opponent, the lefty, on a manageable double 10. He's going to get that opportunity to take us the distance. More drama here in Bristol. Well, snaps his hand off there, does Reggie Woodmore, with the opportunity. It's a last leg decider, a fist pump. Again, great sportsmanship between the two players. Best of luck, both players. The winner of this leg will advance to the second round. It hasn't been a match littered with too much quality, but as we say, it's kept us embroiled throughout, and it's fitting for a last leg decider. Lex Passhauser's another Belgium through, a 4-2 win over Corey Wiltshire. Addison Hefferon has beaten Craig Devlin 4-2. One point separating both players in this last leg. Still all to play for. A smidgen between them in the averages in the mid-60s. And just when you think Alfie has got a chance to make it 5 consecutive breaks, which he still has, of course, Reggie finds an all-important cover shooting on the treble 19. But it's advantage Woodmore. And Reg to the ledge, unable to find a treble this time, as he mutters away to himself, and Alfie Moore finds the red bit. 88 remaining. And a positive ton for the delight of the Derbyshire faithful. Oh, and the 1-4-5 would have ended in dramatic fashion. What an attempt on tops it was. Brilliant achievement that would have been. But 68 going to really twist the knife. 5 consecutive breaks to throw. a treble 20. Will it be followed by the double 4? More edgy seat stuff here in Bristol. Double 10 prevails. Reg the Ledge advances to the second round. Hanger 61. There's no flying or gliding into the second round. He's crawling over the winning line. But it was a brilliant attempt at the 145 and a great comeback from 3-2 down from Reggie Woodmore. He's through to the second round. Who will join him? We're going to see another round of 64 match that's coming right up, folks. Stay with us, it won't be long. So hot on the heels indeed of our first match of event 16. Archie Self takes on the Belgian Elias van Brussel. As we say, the top 4 English players will represent England in Gibraltar. Archie's been ever present for England over the last few years and certainly would be a welcome addition to that 4. But currently, after 15 events, he's sat 5th out of the English players, so will currently miss out on that opportunity. But as we say, well, between him, Arthur Alston, and Ben Townley, they're the 3 players that could gate crash the current top 4. As Archie Self rattles in 180 to leave 155 after 9. We say he's been putting down some top numbers. There was a ADC event that I was present at where he averaged 120. It wasn't on the live stream board, but he'd been down and featured at the Motor Super Series in the finals night on the Saturday, which was a great achievement. Played all week, but didn't qualify from Group A top spot, but showed his minerals by getting through the Thursday and Friday format and reached the semi-finals, got through the groups on his debut down in Pompey. Double three, and that looks a blocker. It's not a blocker. Still had half of the bed to aim at, and right in the middle of the double three. Confident start from Archie Self. Of course, we mentioned the exploits down in Portsmouth. Archie Self is back down next week at the Motor Super Series. And on the evidence of the form he's shown over recent weeks and months, and with the experience under his belt, Archie Self is going to be a real tough proposition. He was back at Bradmore Farm last week and he was one of the 4 winners on the tour. Again, fantastic achievement to say, to play in such an amazing venue such as Bradmore Farm, but to have 260 on average opponents. Obviously you can't face them all, but to have a field of that size, almost Challenger Tour-esque, and to come out top dog for a player at 16 years of age, a cracking achievement, isn't it? The form of Elias Brussel, we haven't seen featured too much on the Advanced Tour, so this is a big opportunity for him. I thought he'd done the hard part by hitting the treble 20, but this time for a lefty, fails on double 10. He will be back. Elias taking out a ton to leave tops, but you don't get more than 2 opportunities generally when you're facing Archie Self. But this time he does. The tidy ton has given him an opportunity for tops to level things up. Got to come down quite a bit. Comes down too much. I thought he might show Archie Self where the double 10 was, but a relieved Archie's back for double 5. And if you like tops, you've got to also like double 5. It's right next door. Still averaging 81.24 despite them misses on the double in the last leg. As we say, when he gets going, there's not many heavier scorers in town than Archie Self. Talk about the Junior Power League and the match I had off in terms of commentating on Friday night with Chris Mason was when Archie Self took on Owen Bryceland. And I literally had time to go to the toilet, turn around, and Owen Bryceland had saw off Archie Self with a 5-0 whitewash. But great to see Mitchell in the commentary box, chatting with Chris, and I know Wee Sox has had a bit of experience on the commentating. I can't remember which event he did say that he commentated on, but from his interviews at the Lakeside and the things he's done, what I've seen on YouTube in terms of commentary, he's just in terms of interviews, he's just a natural, isn't he? And he's got so much charisma. As Elias rattles in a 180 to keep tabs on Archie in leg number 3. Yeah, he's just a natural, isn't he? And thankfully, his darting prowess is going to keep him on the dartboard rather than nicking my job. But always welcome his Wee Sox in the commentary box. when we were up at Coventry, I had Ben Townley in the commentary box, and again, Ben, cracking young'un, but also it was great to get the insight into the darts and the preparation that goes into it of Ben Townley. Actually taking his eye off the ball on his doubles. Will it prove costly this time around? So this is a big dart at double 16. And off the mark is the Belgian. Archie rubbing his hands. Is he feeling a bit of cold up there? We're in May in Bristol. We know the soaring temperatures that we experienced in Coventry towards the back end of the year. Or back end of the campaign, sorry, the heat of summer. And boy, was it hot. Maybe Archie was just rubbing his hands with the opportunity to make no mistake on his doubles this time round. And after the lie of the first dart and the pace that it went in at, that just had 180 written all over it. And because I stayed quiet, there was no commentator's curse this time round. But again, Elias Brussel, for the tournament, after 15 events, 67.94, his running average. He's averaging in the 70s right now, so he's exceeding that. But again, a player who's very pleasing on the eye, in my opinion. And what a two-treble visit that is. And if he can hold his throw here from 2-0 down, Elias will certainly fancy his chances of causing an upset here. And judging by his body language and his focus, and you've got to have that mentality, I don't believe he'll feel that it will be an upset. I feel that he certainly believes he can win this match. I'm not a mind reader, but I'm just trying to read his body language. Well, hitting the bullseye didn't prove too costly there, and a change at double was all that it took for Archie Self to double his advantage. He's one leg away from a place in the second round. We talked about Elias losing out to the Rottweiler Jack Courtney in event 15. Jack, of course, who went on to reach the last 16 after winning through his last 32 match on the live stream. Eventually losing out to Owen. Was it Owen Bryceland he lost out to? Anyway, Archie Self lost out to Owen Bryceland of event 15. That's where I'm getting mixed up. Lennon Warfy beat 4-3. The 12-year-old talent from Norfolk. He's qualified for the Masters over in Vegas, and talking to Gary, they're going to make the trip over to the Rio Hotel. I said, do you need anyone to carry your bags? I said, judged by the cost and logistics of things. Oh, unlucky on the double tops for the 1-3-4 to seal the deal that was. I says that Lennon could be in the final before he even plays a match. Fantastic that it is on, but it's going to struggle for players in attendance, I feel, to have such a prestigious tournament. As Archie Self finds double 10 eventually, and it's a 4-1 victory, averaging just shy of 82. Still impressive darts from the England international. He is through to the second round. Elias van der Brussel Impressive stuff also from him, averaging 72.5. But it's Archie who progresses to the second round. Stay with us, folks. We've got another round of 64 match that'll be coming up very shortly. Welcome back to Bristol, folks, and as promised, we've got our girls' final. The extended warm-up period of our girls' finalists currently going ahead. The handshakes and the bullseye off. It's a race to 4, which is Junior Power League. Well, obviously best of 6, but 4 gets you the win on the Junior Power League. It's ramped up from a best of 5 for the knockout phases. And a new finalist. Very pleasing to see Harley Glover in the final. Congratulations to her on reaching the final. Rebecca Allen, a familiar face on our live stream for the girls' finals. And of course, on a Friday night for the Junior Power League. She won't be featuring anymore until August with the Junior Power League. We're underway and it's Harley Glover who's thrown first. She's away with a treble, as is Becca Allen. Matching strides with 81s. Best of luck to both girls in the final. Event 8. Currently, Becca Allen sparkles throwing there second in the table. Of course, we mentioned Macy Gibbons with a 95 average in her quarterfinal. And it was Becca Allen who beat her in the semi-final 3-1, exacting revenge on what has been a bit of a nemesis for Becca Allen this year, a bit of a nemesis for every player that Macy Gibbons has faced. But it's Becca, who I mentioned to Chris Mason on Friday night. Becca has the experience and has the big time play to win when it matters. And how we timing her kick of form to perfection. Yeah, Becca will be here for the Saturday and Sunday of events in June on the 13th and 14th, that is. So get that in your diary, everybody. Subscribe and like. And by then, I promise you, I'll try and interact with you a little bit. Any questions that you want to fire at us? I'll try and box that off for the next weekend when we're down here. I know Chris was doing that a lot on Friday night. The opening leg of a best of 7. Harley Glover, who comes out of Nottingham Academy, I believe. And who sits 8th on the order of merit table right now. So tops for the opening leg, and Becca Allen takes out a 25 dart, hold a throw, break a throw even. One leg deep, and the excitement's getting too much for us already. Yeah, Becca Allen averaging 75 in her victory over Macy Gibbons. I was talking to Macy's dad last night, and it was a fine win in the final yesterday. But it was a bit of an unexpected win because there wasn't too many hopes really put into that, because Macy's dad said that she was suffering with a really bad back. But she put that at one side, didn't she? And she didn't let it look like it was affecting her one bit. And she did fantastically well. And I'm sure that won't be used in any kind of mannerisms to why she got beat off Becca Allen in the semi-final there. Because Becca's thrown very good darts there, 75 to win 3-1. For Harley, she got the better of Abby Edridge 3-1, the same scoreline in the semi-final. And Abby's been misconsistent, shall we say, recently. A real talent of the girls. It's been a fantastic campaign for her. Another deeper under a semi-final. Confident young girl. I like what I say about Harley, though. This is the first time, as we say, we've seen her on the live stream. Brilliant first start, wasn't it? And I'll be disappointed with the 81 with her opponent on a ton. Brilliant adjustment from Becca. And the 100 lands and the advantage is doubled. 25 dart break and a 21 dart hold. Becca Allen halfway to victory in what will be her first Girls Series win of the season. Last year it was the top two that went on to play the final on the Winter Garden stage in Blackpool prior to the Women's Series final. And what an experience that would have been to walk out in front of a packed audience in Blackpool. The height of summer. One of my favourite tournaments. My favourite venue, the Winter Gardens. One amazing amphitheatre to play your darts in. And that's only going to improve Becca Allen's experience as she develops her career. Already keen to play in the Women's Series where she's reached a quarter final. Sparkles is lighting up the Yockey wherever she plays right now. Great to see. Carlo Faithful will be cheering her on back home. So where she was looking firm favourite Harley to get off the mark. A poor scoreline and a two treble visit from Becca has flipped this leg on its head. Double top has worked well in the first leg. Double 10 worked well in the second leg, and it's worked with 100% on double 10 to win the third leg. This is brilliant darts from Becca. And Harley had an opportunity there. She's got to dig in deep. Speaking to Lola Wheeler prior to the final, and it was Harley who got the better of Lola in the quarterfinals, and she was saying how impressed she was in Harley Glover's finishing. That been a real strong point of her game to reach the final. But she's going to have to get her scoring boots on to get that opportunity to show her talents on the doubles and the combination checkouts, because Becca Allen is in no mood to let this game continue any longer than it has to. I've managed to avoid the luminous glitter that Becca keeps waving in front of us and saying, come on, Carl, let us put a bit on you. So I offer trot to hide in my commentary box whenever she pulls it out of her darts case. I know Mama Evelyn will be very proud of Becca. Travels everywhere with her. Huge support. and almost an example of the polished finishing of Harley Glover. But showing Harley the way home is Becca Allen. Again, very polished on her checkouts in this final, averaging 66.8 in the final, a 4-0 success for the Irish hotshot. It's Becca Allen's day on this Super Sunday in Bristol. She is Event 8 champion. Congratulations to Becca, and of course, congratulations to Harley on making her first final. Stay with us, folks. We've got a round of 32 match or a round of 16 match coming up in the boys. That'll be coming right up. Stay with us, folks. Hot on the heels of Becca Allen's success in the girls' final, Turgle Kilralcoo takes on Luke Cox for a place in the round of 16. Turgle's won the bull and he's off with a treble 20. He's off with a 1-2-5. Great start. 15 events played. Who will finish off the weekend on a high? Will we see a return to the final of Turgle? He's been in a final already this year. Been in a couple of semi-finals. But not quite the level of form that we saw in 2025, in which a dramatic weekend to conclude a 2025 season that saw Turgle finish top of the pile of 32 elite players on the JDC Advanced Tour. And when you think how dominant Ryan Branley was for much of the season, Turgle pipped him on the very last game. I think it actually went down to the last leg as well. Amazingly how tight it was. Luke Cox donning the famous East Farringdon Academy. Joe Wheeler doing a great job with the Farringdon lot. Had Joe in the commentary box with us in the last weekend, and we're going through the numbers and the progression from the boys and the girls that are playing. And also the fact that he's added an additional night for the girls, just so they can find the feet and be a bit more comfortable until they feel that the level's up to scratch, where they can then mix it with a bit of a stepping stone within a stepping stone for the academies. It seems to be working because one or two have already progressed through to the other night. Brilliant maximum from Turgle as he looks to keep Luke Cox honest here in leg number 2. Luke, who's averaging just shy of 70 for the season. Again, when you think 15 events in and the match is played, it's consistent darts, isn't it? Turgle, in the meantime, averaging 81 for the season. I says with Turgle last year, very rarely have I seen him averaging less than 85. We've seen quite a few matches in the 70s this year. But again, it's only the expectations that are what I expect to see from Turgle. But I've got to remind myself and everybody that these youngsters are not robots, and they're not. You're going to have fluctuations in form, and it's how you learn from your defeats more than what you do your victories. A 19 dart breaker throw, Turgle doubles his advantage. Steely-eyed focused. Turgle Kularelku. Ullenbader's finest. Now permanently based in the United Kingdom. As we discussing with Chris Mason on Friday night, that's only going to benefit him long term. It's going to take a bit of adjustments initially for a 15-year-old to move halfway around the world is a difficult task in itself, especially the pressures of that darts is going to be his living. But with Oggy as a support for him, his sponsor who has travelled around the world with him, as he slaps in another maximum. Yeah, Turgle will most certainly get it right. Runner-up in the Junior Power League last year to Jack Nankovic. As we say, top the tree. He's 11th on the tour coming into the last event. I will update you on the table very shortly. And that was for 3-0 with Luke Cox on 136. A great opportunity, this is it. Double 8. Oh, what an attempt that was from Cox. And double top. Slams the door on leg number 3 opportunity for Luke. As Turgle goes one away from a place in the round of 16. Yeah, Luke Cox lost out in the last 32 of event 14 yesterday, the second event of the day. Beat Corey Wiltshire 4-3 and then lost out to Kaya Basel 4-1. Turgle of event 14 yesterday. Beat Taylor James Harden 4-1 and then lost out to Owen Bryceland in the round of 32. Event 13, Luke Cox lost to Toby Clemens 4-1. And Turgle was also a first round exit, or exiteer. Losing out 4-3. Last leg decider against Ben Townley. So difficult draws, but there's no easy draws in the Advanced Tour, is there? It's how you finish your weekend, not how you start, because that cannot be changed. But the future and the present can certainly be affected as Turgle looks to go into the last 16. His deepest run of the weekend it will be. And we certainly know from Turgle's ability and experience, we could be seeing him again on a stream board later on in the day. What a weekend it's been in Bristol. Friday night seems a long time ago, but we've seen so many darts played. And in my letter to Mr. Brown, Steve Brown that is, if we can't have 40 events instead of 20 to run us up to near Christmas, I'm just going to ask as a little PS, can we have Monday and Tuesday to be played instead this weekend? I'm sure I'm daydreaming again, and it's not going to happen. Oh well, we'll have to wait till the 12th, 13th and 14th of June, everybody. To my disappointment. Great stuff from our youngsters. Of course we wanted to continue. But they all need a break as well, lads and lasses. And a well-earned leg on the board from Luke Cox. To the delight of the Farringdon faithful. Is it the comeback of all comebacks? Was unlucky in the leg previous, wasn't he, with the 1-3-6? What an attempt that was. After hitting the 2 treble 20s, he probably had to check to make sure that they were in, but was there a bit too much of a pause? We said with Turgle's style, and he was very, very deliberate, possibly over-deliberate, something that was picked up on. He certainly got more of a twizzle, less of a Chris Mason arch of the hand back. New darts, new setup as well. It's all going to take time to bed in, isn't it? But and sometimes you say, why change what's not broken when you're at the top? But even the top players look to stay there. You've got to keep improving, haven't you? Following this match, I will keep you updated at the start of our next match of what's going on around the boards. Who's going to be featuring in the business end of the final tournament of the weekend. Sat on 32 after 15 darts, but the 116 was doable, wasn't it? And Luke Cox was in that kind of form there to suggest he could have threatened it. But again, Turgle slams the door on leg number 5. It's leg number 5 that wins him the match. It's Turgle Kularelku of Ulaanbaatar who progresses through to the round of 16. Who will join him? Well, we'll probably have a round of 16 match coming right up, folks, so stay with us. Luke Cox, fantastic performance from you, averaging 70. We'll look forward to seeing you on the final weekend, as well as the Farringdon faithful, but it's Turgle who progresses. Stay with us, folks. We've got another match coming right up. So as promised, a round of 16 match. And a very intriguing battle we've got here between top prospect coming out of Wales and Alfie O'Brien. Against the already established brilliance from Burnley, Kaya Basel. Superb campaign so far from Kaya. So many things to come down the line, so many achievements already made this year. And against Alfie O'Brien, Kaya's going to have to be on his toes because Alfie is one of the best combination checkout thrower that I've seen so far on the Advanced Tour this year. But one thing's for sure, Kaya has one of the best scoring abilities on the tour. I think he lies second in terms of overall averages. Behind Mitchell Lorry, he does in fact 84.62 for the season. Mitchell currently just under the 90 mark. That's going to be soaring into the 90s the way that Mitchell's producing 100 plus averages on a regular basis nowadays. But Kaya, who was good friends with Mitchell, a bit like Owen Bryceland, where they're bringing out the best of each other. Great youngsters. Rivalries at the Yockey. But certainly bringing out the best of each other in practice and in terms of pushing each other to new levels. This time taken out with the first dart. And what I mentioned about Kaya on Friday night at the Junior Power League, he's got such a lovely straight throw, hasn't he, Kaya, that first dart at a double often lands, doesn't it? Obviously taking away his own three-figure combination abilities, but when he's got three darts in hand, it takes away so much pressure when it goes with the first dart, doesn't it? And it so regularly does. And again, look at the trueness of that first dart there. It just invites a 180, and the 180 is secured. Brilliant darts from Kaya. Back comes Alfie. Brilliant dart. A 180 response from Alfie O'Brien. I love that. It's still 100 plus these differential in the scoreline, but I love the 180 response. And what a leg it is from Kaya here. I thought the screen had froze there as the scoreline eventually caught up and Kaya was playing musical statues, I thought, for a moment. But brilliant leg. To have a dart at a double for the 12. He will be back to double his advantage. For 2-0 double 10. Again, with the first dart, it lands. Kaya doing a fantastic job for us in terms of getting rid of the commentator's curse. Yeah, we mentioned Kaya. I was talking to his dad earlier, and everyone back home, we know that's supporting Kaya. I've had my card marked on a couple of adjustments to what was mentioned. That Kaya, in winning, I believe it was the 12th of April, in winning the Hungarian Classic and becoming the youngest player. And he still actually is the youngest ever player to win senior event, a men's event. And what an achievement that was to do that 60 days shy of his 15th birthday. Mitchell Lawrie did win his first event, but that was to become the youngest ever Welsh Open champion. And I believe he was 30 days shy of being 15. Incredible from both players as Kaya rattles in another 180. Yeah, so Kaya still holds the record as being the youngest ever player to win a senior event. Senior men's event, that is. Amazing achievement. And when I was talking to Lewis Cook's dad, he mentioned that Lewis had got to a semi-final over in Torremolinos. It was actually Kaya that won one of the events over in Torremolinos. Again, a holiday for many, and it's a great opportunity for our dart players to play in a very big competition over there, and to win that event shows how mustard Kaya Basel is. Well, we've had the 6-week gap as Kaya eyes a 3-0 advantage. Lex Passhauser's 1-0 up against Taylor James Harden. I was talking to Taylor yesterday and I said I fancy a deep run for him between now and the close of play of the 20 events. It's Kaya, first dart merchant again on the double. You'll do for me, Kira. My eyes might be getting a bit blurry at my age now, 43, but certainly you don't need glasses to see how good Kaya Basel is. Alfie O'Brien doing very little wrong, averaging just shy of 80, but 3-0 down. We know he's got great minerals and great composure. Kaya Basel, who was during the 6-week break from the tour, has represented England in the Tri-Nations down in Wales, where he was the player of the tournament, and in doing so beat good friend and international rival Mitchell Lawrie, in which he won 3-0 with 107 average. So you can see why he was named player of the tournament. Mason Tees, who was on the tour last year and represented England A down in Gibraltar, he was in action with Taylor McGuckian as well, who was a former Scottish Open champion and also won on the tour, Advanced Tour that was last year, before age having to, meaning both players dropped off the tour this year. Brilliant 13 data from Alfie O'Brien to break the throw. We said this kid had class and he showed it just there. Has the throw in leg number 5. I was talking to Fraser, Mitchell Lawrie's dad, and he was saying they had the pleasure of Kaya Basel's dad, who was watching Indiana Jones last night, and he said he was watching it for the first time. I says, which one was it? The Temple of Doom. I says, it's the best one as well. How can you have got through life and not seen that up to this stage? But I'm pleased he enjoyed it. But like the Stones, Kaya's family and connections are certainly glowing at the performances and ability of Kaya Basel. It didn't really click for him on the Advanced Tour last year, did it? Like we say, I was talking to Taylor James Harden yesterday, and he says he's doing well away from the Advanced Tour, putting too much pressure on himself, perhaps, or it's just something doesn't click all the time, does it? Or in terms of every event. Yet another maximum for Kaya Basel. This time he looks to wrap things up with a 13 data to seal the deal in response to Alfie O'Brien's 13 data. But Kaya, since his win over in Hungary, has really kicked on in every department, hasn't he? Double 12, first start for the 4th leg in a row. Well, actually, first start in hand, that is. A 4-1 victory all in all, a 96.51 average. Kairou's won an event, been to a couple of finals. It's going to be hard to stop, isn't he? He's into the quarterfinals, a quarterfinal that we will have coming right up, folks. Stay with us. Welcome back to the action, folks. A bullseye from Mitchell Lorry. A bullseye from Arthur Alston. Another example of the JDC Advanced Tour at its finest. And I don't mean the three, just mean the three bullseyes that we've just seen. Rubbish Mitchell, only a 25. So the fist pump and we're underway in a best of 7 that I wish was a best of 77. A repeat of event 14, I believe it was yesterday. I have to double check that. Yes, it was event 14, where it was Arthur Alston who got the better of table-topping world champion Mitchell Lorry. Will that form be franked in terms of the head-to-head supremacy of this weekend? Or is Mitchell Lorry going to level things up? We're about to find out, everybody. Sit back and enjoy this one. Or do as I'm doing, sitting on the edge of my seat, because it's going to be an absolute thriller, isn't it? So for a 12-dart big fish. Yes, please, Mitchell. Bullseye required. Oh, I'm at 25 again. Great attempt from Mitchell there to get us underway. Goes the Luke Little route, but it's also the Mitchell Lorry route. Finds double 5, a 15-dart breaker throw. And early intentions that he's looking to extract revenge from yesterday. Whether Mitchell will know about that, or will, of course, he'll know about it because it was only yesterday, but whether he'll be using that as to spur him on. If you're in the Arthur Alston head, you're going to be confident that you've done it once, why can't you do it again? But I'm sure both players will be aware that that was yesterday and today's a new day. It's all about the present. And if you start focusing and thinking too much about the match previous yesterday, it's going to affect your form in the present time. Yeah, Mitchell lost out in the round of 32 in that head-to-head yesterday. The first event of the weekend yesterday, Jaden Walker was the player that beat Mitchell Lorry 4-3 in the quarterfinals. So the trebleless visit there gives Arthur the opportunity for back-to-back breaks, especially with that treble 20, double 16. And we had a 15-dart break. It was nearly mirrored with a 15-dart break of its own. But for a 6th visit to the board, Arthur Alston will be back to level things up. Over adjusted on the double 8, but found the double 4 nicely. It is back-to-back breaks, and it's an 18-darter, and straight in the red bit is Arthur. And a brilliant maximum to start things off, and that'll inspire Mitchell, won't it, for a 180 of his own, perhaps. A 140 he'll certainly keep leg 3 hopes alive. My adrenaline's going watching this, and I'm only behind the microphone. How exciting. So maintains at least a treble per visit to be on the big fish after 9 darts is what Mitchell Lorry was on in the opening leg. It doesn't get the opportunity to go for the big fish. So Mitchell Lorry for the next highest finish on the board at 167. Doesn't get the opportunity either. Great attempt though. So pressure on this 72 for Arthur, but will it be executed for the first holder throw of the match? Doesn't get the bullseye. So for 3 consecutive breaks, 2 sevens. disappointed with that, Will Mitchell? To mop up. And he mops up with a double 16 for the first holder throw of the match. Halfway to victory, but you know that this match has got plenty of mileage left in it. Mitchell's had 109 average off the stream board at the opening match of the weekend. He had 107 average on the live stream as Arthur Alston goes back to back on 180s, 2 consecutive legs. What a match. Do you have 105 in the final that we've just witnessed? $105, 1.16 it was. A 6-2 victory over Jack Nankervis. I mean, to produce that, we saw 104 average at Coventry in the final. We saw 104 average in the final of event 12. Again, 105 just about an hour and a half ago to draw level. Double 9 taken out in 16 darts. Back-to-back breaks, back-to-back holds. It's a best of 3 from here to go through to the semi-final. I said that there'd be a deep run for Taylor James Harden. I had a long chat with him and his dad yesterday evening. And he's into a quarter-final, getting the better of Lex Passhauser, our 2025 JDC World Champion. But we're looking at the reigning champion of the world right now in the JDC in Mitchell Lawrie. And after 9 darts to be on, 1-2-7. A breaker throw may be thrown for the match and a place in the semi-final as he looks to go back-to-back one more time. And again, if you're Mitchell Lawrie and you're thinking about breaking records, a solid ton to keep Mitchell honest here. One thing he is honest and accurate because 83 taken out, a 14 dart breaker throw. He will throw for the match and a place in the semi-final as Wee Sox looks to go back-to-back on this Super Sunday. It'll be certainly an enjoyable flight back to Glasgow and a hop, step and a jump back home to Renfrew. And a maximum for Mitchell Lawrie as he looks to seal the deal. From 2-1 down, he's turned things around brilliantly, hasn't he? Arthur's been hot on his heels, but just been a visit behind the power scoring of Lawrie. His timing yesterday in the 4-2 victory for Arthur Alston was outstanding, wasn't it? But it's Mitchell's turn to put on the afterburners. What a difference a day makes. Arthur got to the quarterfinals and the semi-finals yesterday. Brilliant achievement from him. He's another one that has every chance of making the England squad still. But it's Mitchell Lawrie who progresses to yet another semi-final, a 94.96 average, a 4-2 victory over Arthur Alston. And we mentioned Kaya Basel in the last match is going to be very difficult to beat. Well, we all know Mitchell Lawrie is going to be very difficult to beat. It's going to be a fascinating semi-final and final coming up, isn't it? Stay with us, folks. Take a breath. It's coming right up. Well, not just satisfied with a semi-final and a final, folks. We thought we'd throw in an extra quarter-final. And why not if that opportunity arises? And what a quarter-final we've got. Two England hotshots in Archie Self and Ben Townley. Both players in the in contention list for Gibraltar and the A team. I remind you of that the top 4 of the Order of Merit after 20 events gets to be picked for the England A to represent your country, to represent England, that is, the defending world champions in Gibraltar in November. We're underway here in what remains a best of 7 until the quarterfinals, until the semi-finals, that is. Mitchell Lawrie, the first player through to the semi-finals. Currently ongoing is Taylor James Harden, who's level with Christian Ennis 1-1, and Kaya Basel 3-2 up on Turgle Kularelku. So we've had a big fish attempt in the opening leg for Mitchell Lawrie. Not required to go for it there, even though he would have done. With Ben Townley back on 2-2-4, but 65 for the opening leg. And again, hits the bullseye. We've seen that about 3 or 4 times, haven't we? Each time the ball was being hit. That was very nicely done to recover from that. Archie takes the opening leg with a 15 dart holder throw. We know Ben is in terrific form. Been playing some outstanding darts, as has Archie, of course. Yeah, the progression of Ben Townley as he slaps in a 180. I speak with Archie regularly, and we know that Archie's been showing top form and former WDF world champion on the Lakeside stage. Got the better of Jensen Walker that day in the last leg. Nail biter it was on the Lakeside stage. But as we say, as Archie slaps in a 180, but with Ben Townley on 77, he's going to get first look at a double. Will the wee fish go? It's going to be awkward with the lie that first start, isn't it? He's got to come over the top, and the grimace said it all as Archie moves into Davy Prince territory. Or Stephen Bunton territory. Standing way over into the North Sea. Or the Irish Sea. I'm all at sea. And Ben Townley's swimming against the tide if he goes 2-0 down here. Double 10 for 2-0 is the current score. Enough of the dad jokes. 2-0 Archie Self leads, and he's 2 legs away from a place in the semi-finals. Christian Ennis is also on 2. He's won the third leg against Taylor James Harden, and we're going the distance in a premier matchup of the GPL stars. Kai Basel and Turgel Kulrelku both locked horns at 3-all. Well, Ben will be a bit disappointed he didn't level things up there because he knows the ability and the levels of Archie Self. It'll be difficult to get 2 breaks from here, but Ben, like I say, won't give up. And as I say, his progression over the last 12 months, he looks very much at ease, doesn't he, with his game? He's so relaxed anyway, but he's got so much belief in his own ability, hasn't he? And he hasn't been playing the game long. Enjoys his football, does Ben. Hi to Dave and family if you're watching back home in St. Helens. And as we mentioned, both players been very active, playing on various tours and having successes on the Challenge Tour, the one below, obviously, the PDC's Elite. Both players putting in the travel. Looking at event 12, Archie Self, big Carl Wilson, who's been up to support Jack Johnson this weekend. Great to see the support from our experienced senior players before he trots off Carl Wilson to play for Kent today. 136 for 3-0. But Ben needs to get this double 10. He'd be relieved to see that double 8 missed. A great attempt from Archie. Yeah, talking to Carl yesterday, it's great to talk darts with players such of experience of the likes of Carl Wilson. And congratulations for him. His upcoming birth of his child in a few months' time. As Archie Self goes one away. But yes, came up to watch Jack Johnson play and Jackie Boy winning event 13. Like Owen Bryceland getting off the winner's mark or getting off the mark with the first tour win. But again, shows the strength and depth of the Advanced Tour, doesn't it? 3 different winners from all of the events this weekend. Jack Johnson, Owen Bryceland, Mitchell Lorry. And a 7th title overall, though, for Mitchell Lorry. Wee Sox is in a wee bit of form. Once again. Yeah, it was Archie Self lost to Oliver Muller in the second round of the Challenge Tour 12. Ben Townley got to the last 16, a brilliant achievement. Steph Costa's beat him 5-1 in the last 16. 32 remaining after 12 as he looks to get off the mark. And you'll feel Ben, if he was to lose this match by whatever scoreline, he's left a lot of darts on the board, hasn't he? He's had opportunities. He could be in front in this game, but he's off the mark with a 14 darter. Quality from Ben, but he's got a lot of work to do. What's Archie, who throws first in leg 5. Yeah, to get to the last 16 of a Challenge 2 was fantastic, isn't it? And event 13, Archie Self, after having beaten Carl Wilson, lost to Carl Wilson in event 13 in the second round, the round of 128, after he beat Keegan Brown 5-3. A 92 average for Archie in that win on the Challenge Tour. Ben lost out to Joe Croft in the last 64. after beating Steve Lennon in the round of 256 and Steph Costas in the round of 128. First round defeat was in event 14 for Archie Self, but Archie's then gone on to win a South ADC Championship Tour event. One of our two youngsters on the JDC that won on the tour. Great to see. Again, like I say, fields of 250 plus, and Archie Self and Lewis Cook coming out victorious on what is a fantastic tour. But wrestling the advantage of throwaway here is Ben Townley. And a 2-treble visit. I mean, from 3-0 down, if he was to turn things around and win 4-3, it'd be an achievement in any match. But to do it against international players such as Archie Self, who rattles in a 180 to leave 55, treble for the bullseye. Is it in? First start was blocking, and the last start was in the same direction at the 18s. So 55 to wrap things up and win 4-1. Doesn't avert the comeback just yet. 2 16s. And that was for a breaker throw to get us back on throw. And Archie Self, the extension of the arm for double 10. He did it to win the match earlier on. And he's done so again with the second dart. Didn't need a marker, did he? And Archie Self is through to the semi-finals eventually, averaging a couple of pops shy of 90. Same for both players. Nothing to separate them in the averages. And in terms of the legs, where it was double trouble for Ben Townley, but it's Archie Self who is through to the semi-finals. A semi-final that's coming right up, folks. Stay with us. Welcome back, folks. And back-to-back live streams for Archie Self. Semi-final action, final four, Kaya Basel, Archie Self, Christian Ennis and Mitchell Lorry. Archie Self has won a tournament this year on the Advanced Tour. Kaya Basel has, Mitchell Lorry has won several. Christian Ennis is our next winner waiting to happen. But right in front of us is going to be an epic encounter and could have England A permutations down the line if Archie is to go on and beat Kaya and win the event. It's going to be a difficult task for Archie to break that top four, or especially at the expense of Kaya, because Kaya is very much Mr. Consistent on the tour. So you feel even if he was to beat him today, as he looks for a 180 in the opening visit, and Archie eclipses the 134 from Kaya and gets the 180, this is going to be a real high scoring contest, isn't it? First to five as the format has increased in our semi-final. Both players respect each other's game, but sometimes when you can over respect people's game, but I think that they're both going to bring out the best of each other here. Good ball management there from Kaya, down to a finish after 9 darts. 2 180s in the leg from Archie Self. As I reiterate, the JDC Advanced Tour at its very best. Good enough to grace any PDC top level stage this. As Archie misses tops for a 12, will Kaya punish? That looks a good marker to stay there. He does, and unfortunately doesn't secure the treble to leave the double 6. So back comes Archie for tops, the tops and 10 merchant. Will it be double 10? Yes, it is double 10. It's a 15 dart breaker throw with Kaya sat on tops, but 2 180s in the leg, and he feels like he's scraped over the line in the leg. But it's a 15 darter, it's a solid break. And with Kaya, I think as well, with the level that he's at right now, when he's playing players early on in the tournament, shall we say, and so, sometimes you feel struggles with his focus. When he plays the top elite players, we see the very best out of him, don't we? And certainly it won't be long before he's playing the very best players in the world. Another player who's turned 16. I think it's the 2nd of July or early July. He's already penciled it up, already penned in for the week down the Motor Super Series, where, again, the setup down in Portsmouth there, and the way he'll be able to focus and go about his own game, I think he's going to be a real danger and a real threat, and something that he'll really enjoy being in amongst that quality of opposition. He'll certainly be one of the front runners going into that week, won't he? Can't wait to watch him actually that week. I've got it in my diary already, Kaya. A 15 dart break for Archie, and almost a 15 dart break for Kaya, as I think he's knocked the dartboard off, or knocked the camera off. Didn't seem to launch the dart that hard, did he? So I wonder if it was just already hanging off. Live darts, everybody. Anything and everything will happen. And Robbie Long, who was our tournament director, our technical director, has he put his cape on Superman in a phone box and come to the rescue, or is someone else? Could it be Jamie? A few technical adjustments with the camera, and we'll be ready to rock and roll again. We forget we're at the business end of leg number 2 in amongst all of that. So Archie doesn't get a shot at the double for the holder throw to back up the break. Kaya with a second attempt at tops. 2 5s for a level game. And has that interruption affected both players? Because they were both in full flight, weren't they? And Archie punishes the misses from Kaya and doubles his advantage to 2-0. But again, the temperament of Kaya, we know that he's going to dig in harder and channel that in a positive to respond. We saw how he did that on Friday night, being 2-0 up. Jack Johnson then reeled off 4 legs on the spin before Kaya broke and then held to draw 4-4. Certainly one of the lead contenders is Kaya, as is Archie, who was unbeaten going into Friday night. Both, as we see a maximum there from Kaya, both very much at the forefront of the thoughts of who could potentially come out as the Junior Power League's second winner. Debut year for Kaya. Every player in the Junior Power League has won something. Kaya, of course, has won the World Masters back in January. Brilliant maximum from Archie. And he's third of the match so far. Archie World Cup winner. Former WDF World Champion. Another talent coming out of Berkshire. Feels like he's been around forever, does Archie? And when you forget how Kaya winning his first senior WDF event as he gets off the mark, tiptoes to the board elegantly to make sure the board doesn't, or the camera doesn't drop off. Fourth maximum from Archie Self. He's back down the motors this weekend, and I'm looking forward to see how he does. He's going to be, like I say, a lively threat to lifting the trophy and getting the Champions Week. In our second semi-final, off the stream board, Mitchell Lorry's 2-0 up against Christian Ennis. Kaya was the first winner of the Advanced Tour way back in, was it February? First week of March, last week of February. Brilliant treble visit, but Archie Self, after 9 darts, is going for the big fish. And it's, oh, well, it was on, wasn't it? Brilliant 2 treble visit, though, to set things up for 3-1. Yeah, it was the only player to beat Mitchell Lorry that weekend was was Christian Ennis. Brilliant double 18 from Archie. Back to the 2-leg cushion. Is he's 2 away from a place in the final. Archie's been to a couple of finals as well as winning one. The hammer Turgle 6-1 in a final. And I think he's been well beaten by a similar scoreline or same scoreline by Mitchell. Possibly on more than one occasion. Kaya won the first one and Mitchell won 3 of his 5 in a row. And you know, if you're Mitchell Laurie, as I touched on earlier on, I didn't finish my sentence on that, as something probably happened in the leg or the match that was enough to turn us away from the conversation. But with Mitchell Laurie doing so much in terms of record breaking, winning 5 off the spin, if he was to back up that win with a second win today, and he wins all 4 events of the final weekend of the tour, that'll be 6 in a row and he'll re-break his own record. I mean, that is a lot to put on any 15-year-old, but I'm just saying. Let's revisit that on the 14th of June and say, remember when Carl mentioned that? Kaya and Archie will certainly have other ideas, not just in a few weeks' time, but today. Brilliant leg from Kaya. Both of them averaging in the 90s. They can do this 24/7, both of them, and not drop below 90. This is both their tread and water level, isn't it? And as we mentioned, how Kaya will use this as a motivation from 2-0 down. He's digging in deep, isn't he? And 2 trebleless visits from Archie after a big score from Kaya. And he's wrestled the advantage of throwaway again. And he's back in the red bit. Steely-eyed and meaning business. They're very focused. Lancastrian. If he is to level things up, he will have the advantage of throw in leg 7 and leg 9 if required. He's had 3 180s Archie self, I think, and off the top of my head, and he's had a 171 as well. So the scoring power has been there for Archie, hasn't it? '97 for, well, this is for to retake a 2-leg cushion and go 1 away from a place in the final. A brilliant '97. Kaya Basel sat on 48 to level things up and have the advantage of throw, and Archie's just closed the door and says, "Not on my watch, kidder." But back in the trenches, Kaya Basel is looking to, again, keep Archie honest in terms of making him serve it out for the match. It's been a fascinating contest, hasn't it? The early exchange has seen missed doubles from Kaya, and has that, or is that going to prove costly? Because it was Archie who struck to lead 2-0, and he's front ran superbly well since then, hasn't he? One leg away is Archie self. Mitchell Laurie is awaiting in the final. A second consecutive final of the day for Mitchell Laurie. A 5-0 whitewash over Christian Ennis. I noticed when Jamie Ward brought his darts and flannel to the table, and Mitchell came up on stage for his previous match, he had a different shirt on. He has got some Bobby Dazzlers, hasn't he, Mitchell Laurie shirts. And I'm a big fan of Kaya Basil's. I'm just proud from where he's come from, but it's very snazzy, isn't it? And that was to wrap things up. And that would have been to go out in style, but Kaya puffs out his cheeks, 49 going to keep the match alive. We want this match to stay alive. More please, as they say, for us neutrals. Oh, what an adjustment that is. He had very little of the double 16 to rear mat, and he just feathered that over the top beautifully, didn't he, Kaya? Superb effort from him, and it's Archie who has the advantage of throwing leg number 8. It was a 2 trebleless visits in the leg he started previously, and Kaya started off with a 1-3-4, and Archie still won the leg. But Kaya, who has won the last leg, has got to win 2 more legs in a row to meet good friend Mitchell in the final. What a weekend it's been at the darts here in Bristol. Hanger 61, living up to its expectation of JDC brilliance that's been on offer. We've had a 171, 3 maxes from Archie. His cover shooting's been superb, isn't it? He just about holds the advantage of throw, but if a 2 treble visit lands here from Kaya, which it does, he's first to a finish on 161 after 9. Brilliant treble 18 cover shooting. So he will be back for 70 with his Archie back on 191. And are we going the distance? We've got Mitchell Laurie, who's came through with a whitewash, and it is our second semi-final going all the way. Treble 10 for double top. Of course, treble 18 for double 8. Big dart upcoming. 32, 1 dart in hand with his opponent on a manageable 92. We're going the distance, though. Kaya Basil and Archie Self, a last leg decider. It's Kaya who has wrestled back the advantage of throw from a 2-leg deficit. Kaya thrown first in the decider. Best of luck to both of our players, both of our elite JDC gladiators. And away with the 140. Is Kaya timing his form and run to perfection? He's shown his mettle, hasn't he? From 4-2 down and 3-1 down. 2-0 down. There's always been that 2-leg cushion until now. And we say it's only 1 break a throw in winning the last 3 legs, but to win 3 legs in a row against Archie Self is some achievement. And it's now firmly on the cards. 95, so Archie needs a 2 treble visit. Didn't need that deflected dropout, did he? And a bit of breathing space in the scoreline here from Kaya. Will he twist the knife? He certainly looks like doing that. First dart was looking fragile. 99 scored on 110 with his opponent on 289. Is there any more twists and turns remaining in this semi-final? A 2 treble visit. Treble 17 for tops. Brilliant second dart. What a lovely way to throw that was, to demonstrate a youngster that is in top form right now. That double 16 that was feathered over the top with minimal viewing point of the double 16, and that treble 19, the 156 doesn't go. That was a very good attempt with the first dart, wasn't it? Because if you get the first one, you'd fancy Archie yourself to have a pop at double 18. But it's Kaya who's rightfully taking his time to come back for double 10. We said how good he is with his first dart on the doubles when he's got 3 darts in hand. But all importantly, he has got 3 darts in hand with his opponent on 59. To wrap things up and take on Mitchell Laurie in the final, he takes it out with his first dart, as I predicted, and it's Kaya Basel who is through to the final. Brilliant performance again from Archie Self, Mr. Consistent in reaching the semi-final. But it's Kaya Basel against Mitchell Laurie in the final. A few minutes break, everybody, and we will have the final coming right up. Stay with us, folks. The formality's over. Mitchell Lorry against Kaya Basel. Event 16 final. Sit back and enjoy this one. Mitchell Lorry first to the stage. Getting the feel once again of the stream board. He's had more practice at it than most have been up there due to his successes. But he's 5-0 whitewash in the semi-final. Kaya obviously needing a few minutes to, or allowing a few minutes to take a breath before coming back out to oppose a big rival, a big friend. But that's where it ends. It's down to business for both of our elite JDC stars. They're not stars in the making. Both of these are stars right now. And they demonstrated that with a 180 away from Mitchell Lorry and a 2-treble visit from Kaya. Oh, and Mitchell, who's already hit a 9 data on 2 with this year away from the stream board. Wouldn't that have been nice? He's had a 10 data to start off the very first leg of the day here. And a 9 would have been nice to start the final. Still a chance, of course. The final is still very young. A race to 6, of course, to decide who is the champion. And operating at the 50% mark, where he was 6 from 12 coming into the weekend. Can he be 8 from 16? And there is the opening leg, a 14 dart. Hold a throw from Mitchell. Wee Socks is off the mark. It was a brilliant turnaround, as we say, from Kaya in that semi-final. 2-0 down, 3-1 down, 4-2 down, and managed to find that winning kick against another elite JDC star in Alfie Self. Alfie Self? Oh, it's been a long weekend, folks, and it's been a thrilling weekend. Yeah, Archie certainly is going to be very difficult to beat at the Motor Super Series next week. Good luck to him down not far from South Sea Common. Will he be dancing on the streets of Copner with Archie Self's success? Or firing off the rounds down near Gun Wharf? 2 6s. 14 data followed by a potential 12 data there. Great attempt from Mitchell. But the baby fish is on. 5-5. And that would have hurt, wouldn't it? Well, I'm sure it would have been appreciated by Mitchell if Kaya was able to take that out. But a tricky 3 negotiated with the first start, as you'd expect from Wee Sox. 105.12 average in that final earlier on today. He's cooking along nicely to 109, isn't he? We talk about, yes, averages is one thing. We say that they're not taken, they're not added to the title. But when we see special moments, whether it be in any competition, averages certainly are worth highlighting. And in a best of 11, when you see Mitchell averaging 104 on event 12, where it could have been 116 if you'd took out the double at the first attempt. And yes, we see Michael van Gerwen with the 1-2-2, and we've seen some big averages from Luke Littler and many other players at different levels. But the consistency that Mitchell Lawrie is averaging over 100 now is frightening, isn't it? Brilliant from Kaya, but again, Mitchell with the first dart takes it out. And Kaya, like I say, his body language, you wouldn't know whether he's 3-0 up or 3-0 down, which is huge credit to him in terms of his composure, his self-belief, and his mentality. Brilliance again from Wee Sox. Needed that to get a foothold in leg number 4. And Kaya is going to have to show similar or even more grit and determination if he's going to negotiate his way out of this one with a W under his belt. The unenviable task of being 3-0 down against Mitchell Lawrie, who's averaging still 110, 91 after 12. He'll be certainly playing the bagpipes on the streets of Renfrew on the back of Sunday's performances. And again, done in a different Bobby Dazzler shirt. To get off the mark in this final. Getting closer. Wires 3 darts. And this time shows a bit of emotion, and rightly so, because that was very unlucky. Punished by Mitchell. And Wee Sox quadruples his advantage. 2 away from an 8th title out of 16. And the record is still on, folks. He's had 5 in a row. Can he get 2 in a row to start things off? If there's anyone who can reverse this around, it's Kaya Basil. Out of the 64 players on tour, we know that he can have leg spurts against Mitchell. Proved that at the recent Tri-Nations where England won and he was player of the tournament. A 3-0 win over Mitchell Lawrie in that. There's not many people that can have that tag to the name right now. Just brilliance, isn't it? His average briefly dropped below a ton and he thought, I'm not having that, and straight in with a 140. Two treble visit there from Mitchell. Double top for 5-0. It was a 4-2 win over Owen Bryceland in the quarterfinals. Back-to-back wins over Owen after winning in the semi-final of the previous event. But then a 4-2 victory over Arthur Alston, which we saw in the quarterfinals. A 5-0 win over Christian Ennis. Well, utilising his height to perfection there. Finds the top end of the double 10. 5-0. One leg away from back-to-back titles on this Sunday. And Kaya digging in deep. Brilliant achievement it's been for him today. And again, in terms of the long-term plans, Kaya looking extremely good to represent England here down in Gibraltar. Another maximum from Kaya. 181 after 6 starts, a brilliant response. The 180s are flying in here at Hangar 61 in Bristol. It's been a one-sided contest in terms of the scores. But it's been littered with quality, hasn't it? Didn't have to utilise the bullseye route with his opponent back on 220. So despite being 5-0 down, his thinking board management as he sets up tops. 2 treble visit from Mitchell. Keeps Kaya honest in leg 6. It is Kaya's last year. Perhaps on tour, because you never know, he could get a tour card of his own. You'd certainly put Mitchell Lorry firm favourite to get one, wouldn't you? And I think Kaya's certainly in the mix as he rattles in another maximum. Has this final got the comeback of all comebacks? Amazing achievement from 4-2 down, like you say, against Archie, but this would be something else, wouldn't it? Just seems to be doing this in absolute autopilot. So, first to a finish, he will be back for the 164 with Mitchell on a non-checkout, but it's a tall order to get his second leg on the board, isn't it? And that treble 18 has a much more manageable 69. Double 16 for back-to-back titles on this Super Sunday. There it is. Mitchell Lorry has back-to-back titles on this Sunday. Amazing achievement from Wee Sox. He wins his eighth title of the JDC Advanced Tour 2026. Kaya, a brilliant achievement from his weekend, in particular today. One of our England superstars. Well, take a breath, everybody, and we'll see you on the 12th, 13th and 14th of June for the Junior Power League, Advanced Tour and Girls Tour. I've been Carl Redden. Thank you very much for being with us this weekend. Hope you've enjoyed it as much as me.